I do not agree with that lady calling that kid the N word at all. That shit was fucked up. But I will say this
Dude,
though,
I
I
want
do
you to
respect
be
her
as
right to
smart
say
as
it.
I am. Motherfucker, give me
Because I don't want nobody
dude, I
telling me
want
what
you
I
to be
can and
as
cannot
smart as
say. You
I
know
am.
what I'm saying? Like I believe in the
Motherfucker,
First
give me
Amendment
as
100%. Now there
dude,
are
I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me
consequences to
as
what you say. Like you might get your ass kicked. But I want to your us. But I want to speak on what that one lady had said. Um, that if the roles were actually reversed, right? I think that black people would actually be donating to this lady, right? If she was a black lady and she called a white kid a cracker or something like that. Because you had a whole bunch of black folks finding this lady, threatening to kill her,
dude, I
like
want
all
you to
type of
be as
wild shit.
smart as I am.
Like, so y'all mean to tell me
Motherfucker,
that
give
y'all would
me a
not have put a
specific
dollar or something like that inside of this or whatever, right? Black woman's account if she had did that?
dude, I want you to
Like if
be as
y'all had
smart
seen
as
that.
I am.
Hold up, yes, I can prove that. Yes, I can prove that. No,
You don't know where our money came from,
wait,
nigga.
wait,
You
wait, wait.
lying, nigga. Black people have never done this.
No child.
No,
Come on out, you
wait.
racist.
Like you're not listening to what I'm saying. Like you're not listening to what I'm
I hear
saying.
exactly what you're saying. You're not telling the truth.
Dude,
What
I
you're
No,
want you
nigga,
to
saying
you
be
is
as
not
you
smart
ain't
as
got
listening.
I am.
proof, bro.
No,
Wait, hold on. I
no,
got you, Mo.
nigga.
I'm coming to you next, Mo. Hold on, Kel. Let's make a
Hey, throw me in
one-to-one.
there too, Freezy.
Kel, I got you. Let's make a one-to-one, Kel.
What's up?
5-year-old white kid at a park playing around, don't know no better. And a black woman, a ignorant ass black woman, caught on camera calling this kid all kind, just
We're
names,
joining
just
this
racist
program
names.
in
Mm-hmm.
progress.
Never. You
Uh,
never seen it.
okay,
Of
John
course
Paul
not.
and
on
This is a
wait,
hypothetical,
hold on, hold
dumbass.
on,
Freezy's
hold
Right.
on,
channel.
and
Ain't
wait,
no
stop,
dumbass.
stop, hold on,
You came up here and lied, nigga.
Serious, please let me do
Ain't
this.
nobody lie.
You
Let me do
did
this.
lie because you don't have no proof of what you said.
Hold on,
Nigga, I
Serious.
went to her fucking like Instagram page and shit
Hold
like
on,
that.
wait,
Like you can
wait,
see
Kale,
niggas on there threatening her, bro.
wait, See Rich, don't throw me off, see Rich, please.
You can see-
One to one. A young 5-year-old autistic white kid at a park, and this ignorant black woman
Mhm.
just called this white kid
Hey,
cracker,
Richard, this is No Cap
pale
Freezy's
face,
channel,
whatever.
and
Honky,
John is
yeah.
up there raising
Honky,
hell,
right?
so I figured I
And
would go
then
ahead and
there's a person that's
bring up a
videotaping
show.
her and say, "Why
This
would you do
is
that to the kid?
about
This is a kid, right?"
black
And then not only
Pete
that,
and
she's calling the person that's
Be
holding the
Brave and
camera names
John
and
and
smiling at the
others
same time
are on
as
the
if she has
panel,
no remorse,
and
smiling about
they've
it.
been raising. Well,
And as a result,
Be
she loses
Brave
her
has been
job.
raising hell
You
since
mean to
about
tell me
this
that
morning,
black woman will
and
have close to
John
$1
just
million
got
in
on.
her account right now?
So I figured I
Maybe not
would
close to a
go
million,
ahead
but I'm
and
pretty sure that some of
fire
us
up the
would have actually
show and
donated. Like, and I'm
let
not talking
John be
about or whatever,
John.
right? Just because she
Saying,
had called
I'm
the
this,
kid that.
I'm
this what I'm saying.
I'm
frankly
This
talking
what,
about the
unimpressed.
backlash
but
from it,
But
like what she got. Go ahead.
Kale, listen what I'm saying.
let's
I
let it
said
play.
one to
And
one,
anyone
right?
who
One
wants
to
to hit the
one.
link, feel
Of
free to
course,
do
there
it.
will be some stupid ass motherfuckers that donate to this lady, right? She
Mhm.
might only get $10. We don't know $100. We saying this lady
And then if this
is
panel ever
she's about
ends,
to reach the
I've got
goal
some
of $1
more
billion.
black fatigue related
One to one. You think it would
videos
be
as well.
reciprocal? It'd be
I
reciprocal
think John's
if
going
this
on at
was a
10.
black woman?
No,
Thank you. That's all we're saying. Let me go to I'm gonna go to Mo Love and then I'm gonna go to Chicago Real. Go ahead, Mo Love.
Yeah, good
So I
luck.
think
If
it's
you catch
disgusting
anything good,
considering
take
that
pictures,
it
Richard.
is a child. And my question is for Kev, where's the same energy when it comes to blacks defending blacks? Because you make it sound like it's normal for whites to do it. But again, you seem to be one of the ones that harp on
Yeah, well,
blacks.
Chuck, you know what? I actually
it's not
have
normal for a
stupidity
lady to
fatigue,
call a child the
the
N word.
knowledge gap
Um,
fatigue.
and as far as the
A
blacks on blacks,
lot of
I
people
just
who don't know shit,
I don't have an issue
including Be Brave, on this panel
with
this
actually black
morning.
people defending other black people. I
I
just want for us
find
to
it
call out our bad
helpful to
behavior. So that's
look
all.
at this stuff through a
Right,
historical
and
lens.
I agree with calling
So
out
y'all
bad
probably know my
behavior, but it
feelings on
just
black
seems like from
fatigue.
what I've observed on the panels, and we've been on panels quite a bit together. That's why I'm speaking towards this. It's always like you coming for the blacks. I never hear
That's
like the same
Mocha
energy when
talking.
it comes to the opposite. That's
Yeah, well, I
and
just
it's
oh
from
my
my
bad.
observation because we've been on the panel like pretty consistently in other places.
Yeah, well, I just said that the one lady, Shiloh Hendricks, that she was wrong, that she shouldn't have did that. You know, like I really don't like racism. Like, and I don't care who it comes from.
Black
They could be
rednecks,
black, white,
liberals.
or whoever. I'm always going to call it out. But this is the thing, though. Like, we never really talk about white people like that. As far as them or whatever, right, doing something wrong to us. Like, but if I did hear it, like, I would most definitely call that shit out.
Okay, well maybe I'm just speaking to the other stuff like dumb nigga this, dumb nigga that, laughing at people who have passed away for maybe bad behavior, like poking fun of them being deceased and then calling out like their bad behavior. Oh, well, they was this type of person, and we'll just completely dismiss like police brutality. And maybe I'm speaking because of certain people on the panel. Like, I just hate when I see our own people. We're so quick to go against our own. And again, you've been around me, Kev. I do not excuse bad behavior and us holding one another accountable. But it just seems excessive from time to time when it comes to our own.
It might seem excessive because this is the thing, right? I get really, really passionate about this shit, right? Because I want to see black people win, dog. Like, I don't like ignorant bullshit.
I do too.
Like, I used to like gang bang, like, and do all this other or whatever, like, stupid shit, bro.
No, you
like wouldn't. Whenever I see, like, that's a flex, but anyways, my nigga. But anyways,
but you were even saying,
I just wish that.
What threw me off? Can I just
just want for us to do better. That's all.
Right, so when you said, like, when my sister was discussing like the dating scene and you know, you've expressed like the person that you're with, and then you was like, oh my gosh, but when I saw that she was white, I was just like, wow. So that spoke volumes to me. It was like you hold white people in high regard as if they're better. When I heard you say that, I was like, oh, so that's what it's giving. When I saw she was white, I was like, wow, really?
No, I had said that she was just different. That was all it was, because I've dated majority black women like my entire life, and I said or whatever, that she was just different. That was all it was. But as far as the whole like gangbanging thing, I wasn't saying that or whatever, like, to be a flex or some shit like that. Like, I know that niggas love to hold this like ignorant hood shit as far as like a motherfucking like badge of honor. Nigga, fuck that shit, dog.
Why you bring it up?
Your lip, right?
I brought it up. I brought it up to be more relatable to you niggas. I brought it up to be more relatable to you niggas, because I know that a lot of because I know that a lot of us sort of right condone that bullshit.
We swear to
that's why, nigga.
We law abiding citizens, man. I don't get a ticket for jail.
You got this racist ass, peanut head ass nigga C Rich up here in the top corner.
Richard, actually, it's been pretty
nobody said nothing about no gang banging.
John kind of
so how he goes
blew
he
it wide
relate
open
to
when he
us,
came up
and we
there.
never even talked nothing about gang banging until he came up here.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Hold on.
Hey, he not no gang banger. I didn't gang bang, nigga. You know I'm black gang disciple. I didn't gang bang.
Hold on.
Hold on, serious. No,
I am not a gangbanger. No,
I know you
I'm 100% gang free.
So don't come up here.
I'm 100% gang free, my nigga.
Don't come
I'm
up here.
100% gang free, my nigga. Look,
I'm saying, don't come up here and charge us with the crime.
Y'all, he brought the old pitchfork out of.
See, Rich, we got.
You don't fuck about no damn pitchfork, nigga.
No, hold on, wait.
All right, okay. Go ahead, my nigga. Listen, look, like you almost had took me somewhere. You almost had took me somewhere.
Wait. Sometimes you just gotta let stuff land. It's obvious. I'm coming to you, really. Sometimes y'all gotta let stuff land, because it's obvious that Kel Stutters just did a classic stereotypical some bullshit, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to relate to y'all. That was just some bullshit what he said. We know that. Just let it land. That's all. You ain't got to keep going back and forth.
Yeah, let my shit land, dog.
Go ahead, Chicago.
Hey, just really quick, man. I'm about to dip in a second. I got somewhere I gotta be. But listen, man, we gotta move around from this. All of a sudden, we're strict constitutionalists, and I defend with my life the First Amendment. Hey, fam, if you read the First Amendment, if your freedom of speech is protected from persecution of the government, it does not protect you from persecution of me. Okay, so no, you don't have no right to call my child no N-word and not see repercussions. Now, if people could do that in your face, then that's cool, man. But we gotta relax on that. That we sound goofy than a mug. Talking about I'm defending the Constitution and I have a right. That's right. So if you say something and a government entity tries to persecute you or retribution, you have every right to defend that, right?
What's up, Portia?
That does not protect you from me.
No Cap Freezy's
right? So whatever that young lady got coming to her, I hope she get it tenfold. And matter of fact, there's a sister, cock blocking her getting that.
John came in hot.
That's some give, see, and go, right? That sister cock blocking all that. She hopefully don't see a dime of that.
And quite
that's how it should be.
I didn't bother.
Obviously, Chicago Rilla had missed the point when I said that there are consequences to what you say.
Brother,
go ahead.
Missed the point. I didn't miss the point.
Well, pray for John.
I heard you talk about defending Constitution, and I heard you when you slid in there, right? Very briefly, like, yeah, you might have to suffer the consequence. No. People need to understand. You say something out your mouth, in some instance, you're gonna get your ass beat.
That's a fact.
You might get
like you're not gonna get no disagreement with me on that.
You might get popped.
Yeah, Richard.
So people need to understand, because y'all go around saying, I believe in the First Amendment. Yeah, it protects you from persecution of the government. So no, watch your mouth and move accordingly. I didn't miss nothing, brother. I'm on mute.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, Freezy, can I say something here, Freezy?
That's the real conversation.
But he ain't gonna do nothing about it anyway.
Hold on, see Red, please.
Shut your bitch ass up, nigga.
Hold on, wait, stop. I'm coming to you, John. Next, I'm coming to you.
Yeah,
this is what I'm saying. We gotta start having real conversations. You know what I'm saying? Really just drove it home.
John's been up there for
about bitch ass up.
20 minutes.
Hold on, C. Rich. Hold up, C. Rich.
Well, Portia,
give me a break, C. Rich.
Rich, if you don't spit your lip, man, I'm telling Hoover, man, you better stand down.
I said that.
You say what? Who is that?
Too disruptive to go up there.
Nigga, you know who this is talking, nigga.
I can't see. I'm on the phone, bro. I can't say your name, bro. We ain't got to keep the triple. Who is it?
John and Big are up there.
Don't worry about
it.
Okay, let me go to John.
Who is that? Suda?
Hold on.
Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
Hold on, T. Rich. Go ahead,
I stepped out for a minute. I heard maybe it was more
love. Nigga don't even want to say his name. Whole ass nigga.
Go ahead, John.
You know who I am, nigga. Stop playing.
I'm asking you, bro. I can't see, bro. I'm on the
phone. My name is Eat a Dick, nigga. How about that? That's my name. Eat a Dick.
Yeah, your mama. Oh, that's the whole ass.
Wait. I dropped both of y'all because obviously y'all ain't trying to respect. Come on, I'm trying to conduct the panel, man. Come on, y'all. Please. Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
As
so
as
what
I said earlier,
go ahead, John.
As I said earlier, I think the blacks don't want to be honest with themselves, and that is the source of the fatigue. I'm a landlord. No one wants to live around black people.
Be brave. No
one wants to live around them unless they just absolutely are forced to. And it's the behavior that people don't want to deal with. It's not the color of your skin, it's your behavior. I see it day in and day out. And it gets so tiresome to hear you
Who gives a fuck?
Point at other people.
John is volunteering to do this. He doesn't
Hold up 1 second, John. Mo, can you moderate for 1 second?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm finna bring Fantastic up. Go ahead, John.
And I just think that, blacks have to be honest. And if they were to be honest, they would see the source of their fatigue. Most blacks I see move away from blacks to go live around whites. And then whatever behaviors, attitudes that they take,
most
does not
blacks
perfectly
move away
assimilate.
From the crime.
It causes problems. It causes problems in the schools, the playgrounds, parks, the track and field meets. But you blacks have a problem when Shallow Hendricks says a word, but blacks have, in my opinion, have destroyed damn near every good neighborhood that they moved into. Cities they destroyed, burned them up, tore them down. You can't go in the stores without shit being locked up and everything because of the blacks stealing the can. And I know it ain't all just black, but the blacks are a serious problem, man. And if you can't admit that, then that is why there is so much fatigue in this country.
Brother John, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Can the people that actually
all of us, and I think that's the thing, you only harp on the bad black people. You never shed light on people who are making a difference and doing great things in the community.
Well, Moni, can I say this? Hold on. Moni, what I would say to you is, I never hear you harp on the bad blacks. I hear you harp on bad white people.
Oh, that's a lie.
But
I do. I did it just this week. You don't observe me enough to make that comment.
Okay, that's probably fair. But what I see is a lot of blacks talking about racism, but they never talk about the source of that racism. A lot of the sources in America is black behavior.
Okay.
It causes people to say, I don't want to live around you. Most of the blacks that are doing well in this country do not want to live around other blacks either.
We get that's all you preach is the bad
right.
blacks.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true, John.
That is true.
No, sir. Brother John, wait 1 second.
And I'm gonna show you
what is Altadena?
No cap.
Is that all black community?
Is Altadena all black? Okay, fair enough. That's new to me. That's new to me. What is Beverly Hills?
Hold on. Wait. Did you say Altadena is new to you?
I didn't know it was the all black community. If you saying it's all black, that's new to me.
We're talking about the one that burned down, right? You familiar with that? That's how most of us came to know about it and did research on it, right?
Okay, that was the city that burned down. But rich blacks live in Beverly Hills and
some rich blacks do. Some rich blacks do.
Yeah, they live in PG County. They live outside of Atlanta.
Because PG County is a poor county now.
It's not.
Black county anymore.
No, it's not, John. Now you just making shit up.
Black county anymore.
Yes, nobody likes living around like ignorant ass people. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't live around ignorant ass people.
You like that rich pathway right outside 285.
I'm trying to say something.
I don't know why he asked me, but can y'all please let Fantastic
man, y'all niggas let him moderate. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, no, we got you. So man. So John, brother, you got to redo your research, brother. It's not poor. It's far from poor. PG County is again. It was replaced for a short period. PG County is again the richest predominantly black community.
Hey, do you live in the DMV area? Because I do.
No, I don't. I don't.
PG County is about a mile from my back door. I could walk to PG County.
Okay, so what I know is this. I don't care where you live, John. I don't care where you live. What Google says is going to override you, brother.
Oh, okay. All right, fair enough.
So again, man, and I agree with you partially, John. I mean, you guys got to have some balance. My neighborhood is
If blacks don't have balance, why the hell do I have to have balance? Everybody got to have balance.
Well, no, you're right. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Yeah, you literally can do whatever you want. You're right. I guess that's part of the conversation here. But again, it's not that. Again, like you said, it's nigga. Black people don't want to live around niggas. It's not just blacks. My community, my community is a subdivision housing. Most of my subdivision is black people.
Who wants
my
to
whole
worship
cul-de-sac,
John,
black people.
Well and good.
Let me ask you a
John is
question.
not the smartest nigga on the block. You need to realize
since I went here, my property value has almost raised 100%, brother.
Do you think your property values would be higher if they were white?
Mo talking, brother. Let Mo get a question in.
Didn't you say, if I'm not mistaken, like, do you live in the section 8? Not that.
Were you joking?
Downplaying that.
No, he rents out Section 8.
No, I don't rent. I don't rent Section 8.
Okay, I thought you lived. Like, what's your community like? Are you just speaking from your personal experience?
My community is 100. My community is probably 95% black. I live in Southeast DC, Washington DC. Pretty much around.
Oh my God!
Okay, so are you speaking from negative? That's why I question a lot of the rhetoric that I hear. So you're going off of the community that you're around.
No, I'm going out the community. I'm going out the community.
It's no cap freezy.
Nobody wants to live around black.
That's all anecdotal, John.
Nobody wants to live around black.
That's such a dramatic statement.
But John, that's still all anecdotal because you're saying what you see, what you know in the streets, where you live, all of it's anecdotal, dog.
I'm not denying that, right? But I'm saying, in my experience, and I've been doing this 30 years or so, most people do not want to live around black people. I've been a landlord. They don't want to live around blacks. Period.
Yeah, exactly. But John, like you said, Southeast DC, brother, that was the heart of the fucking crack. Goddamn.
Hold on, bro. They're not trying to figure out. Hold on.
Much respect.
When I rent to people, they're not trying to figure out if it's niggers or good black people.
Whoa,
they don't live around
brother. Hard R, brother.
Period.
Chill out, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, we on the hard R.
Yeah, the hard R, brother. Goddamn.
Okay. Well, if that bothers you, niggers, whatever the fuck the word is, right? People don't want to live around, let's say, shit-colored skin people, right?
Goddamn, nigga, you dark.
If skin color shit, people don't want to live there, right?
You sound like
whatever the case may be, right?
Wow.
And you can blame it on the color of the skin, the behavior, whatever it is. But my experience is people don't want to live around them. And there's a reason why.
But yeah, John, it's crazy.
How can you base that on behavior? Like if you look
based on the behavior of the shit colored people,
want to live around black people just based on our race. Like
not
based
the
on behavior.
Yeah,
but
behavior.
history says they just don't like us because of our race.
Oh, you can't say the hard R from according to Crazy's rules.
Okay, all right. So if the history says that, I think
Chuck,
the current history,
that's a good point,
says,
and I find
they've gotten over the history, and they really just don't like your behavior. Not just white people.
People of the history.
All black
people trying to come to America from all around the world. People come from all around the world. Everybody coming to this country.
Don't come. Tell them don't come.
Okay, you tell them. They hear now, and they don't want to live around you. But your problem. Who caused their problem?
Absolutely wrong about that being
right?
more.
They don't want to live around your black ass. Okay, I'll take your
John, what kills that argument, right? John, they don't want to live. They may not want to live around them, but they definitely want to make business off of them. They're willing to put up with all of the bullshit. Hold on, y'all, brother. You got to give this man time to rob. This, as long as it's beneficial enough, people will put up with any kind of shit. I mean, the Mexicans loving it too. That's how they got.
Yeah. Let me switch to iOS.
I agree with you there.
I'm on.
Well, it's not great.
I believe this. People would be okay with doing no business with
and let me reload.
Yeah, you're definitely all guilty to that, bro. You all the way off base there.
Yeah, that's not true.
You're all the way off base there.
You don't need our money. You talking about our money?
Fact of their, I mean, because we sit here, we have these conversations, and when people say stuff like that, it's kind of outrageous because they act like every black person is doing bad. Like there are no black people that are upstanding.
I was on a 5G router,
doing well in society, that have their stuff together. You know, so I mean, it's kind of ridiculous to me because there are blacks in really nice neighborhoods that are doing good. There are black people in mixed communities that are doing good, where everybody lives together with no problem. So I think it's kind of just an argument that is based in falsely accusing and false accusations of what black people are as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
I actually agree with her.
I agree.
I agree.
Ray, you haven't said anything. Do you have any comments?
I am flabbergasted that you think.
Me?
Who cares, bro?
I know. That's my point.
Let him finish. Let him.
What
Hold on, but I was asking, was he? Were you directing that at me or?
No, I'm just saying that the whole thing is like you guys are like when he says nobody wants to live around black people. I don't. The other groups, I know white people don't want black people moving into their neighborhoods. They just don't.
I guess I don't know why. Is like, who really cares? Like, are we? I
understand that you care. Personal, not me. Nobody cares. That's what white people want. Stop caring. Go to your black areas.
We don't care. Y'all are the ones up here complaining, and I know.
There are no such thing as black era
in the decay that comes with black culture. Yeah, white people care. Yeah, they do.
So
you think that rich white people want to live around you?
I'm confused.
Yeah. So
again, white people.
What's that?
There aren't degenerate.
No, I don't see what you mean, Dolomite.
I don't think I said that.
Enlighten.
Well, you harp on the black, so it kind of comes off as that.
She asking you a question: is there degenerate white people?
Oh, yes, there are. Yes.
Okay.
Man,
all right, so old white guy, right?
Good white people do not hang out with ain't shit white folk. Like they don't mingle. They don't mingle.
Yeah,
they don't mingle, and we should do the same thing.
No, we shouldn't.
No.
No, you're right.
All of these ignorant ass niggas that are out here doing a whole bunch of dumb shit.
Tell you this, blacks
we need to separate from them
niggas.
We need to separate from them.
I've never
everybody does that.
I live in an area where
don't hang out in the hood, so I think it's already happening. Just
I live in a lot of areas.
Don't talk to them. Stay the fuck away from them.
Well, hold on. Let him get his shit off. Go ahead.
How you gonna recognize them? They don't wear symbols. How you gonna know? How you gonna know that?
Hey, Free. I know more love moderated when you left. Now you back. When you go through everybody, let me get 2 minutes because I don't like cutting people off. So when you get through everybody, let me get 2 minutes to cook, and let me cook because I don't like cutting people off. But it's like you got to jump in with these dudes.
Dolomite, let me give you a little bit of my experience. White people don't hang out with the Be Braves either. Okay. Be Brave identifies more with whites than whites tend to identify with people like Be Brave. I literally went to white schools almost 1st through 12th and college. They don't hang out with the Be Braves. So let me disabuse you of that notion.
Full of a lot of low-income white people, and they're building very nice houses and everything else around here. Where I've lived in my life, there have been homes right down the street from trailer parks.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Because
what does that mean?
Don't run rich
white
people completely away from them. They don't.
No idea what that means.
You're wrong. You're definitely wrong on that one too. It's like you kind of.
Thank you so much for letting me up, sir. I appreciate it.
Yeah, but you kind of like, I don't know if he's purposely speaking in code or you don't know what you're saying. If you're saying,
I'm pretty sure you're full of shit, sir.
It's a lie.
I promise you, I'm not, sir. You got way more shit than you than I got in me. I can tell by your face.
They all moved over to
all right.
Yeah.
Cap Freezy.
Very good. Let's agree. One of us is a fool.
Yeah.
Okay. Might be me.
On hat and glass.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be you, but let's continue. That's why I'm letting you talk. Go ahead.
Old white man.
No, it might be me. That's
old white man.
Yeah, that's why I'm letting you talk. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm saying if you think I'm wrong about what I'm saying about white people, geez, how you mean I don't know what I'm talking about when I lived around white people all my life?
Absolutely wrong.
But you said the same thing when it comes to black people about us.
White people.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So again, that's the same thing I told John Galt, right? So I can give you a quick little lesson if you let me. Just because you think you're doing something properly, or just because you're around something constantly, don't mean you know shit about it. Okay? I'm pretty sure you drive a car, right?
I'm pretty sure you're in denial and it hurt your feelings that white people.
What up, brother? We're having we're not brother, but old white guy. We're having a conversation. See, you're trying to deflect. So I'm trying to have a real logical discussion because you said you were probably a fool. I'm trying to determine which one is what. You want to start throwing fucking insults. So can we have a conversation or no?
Yeah, if we don't get interrupted, I'm game.
Okay, all right. So I'm gonna ask you this question again. I'm pretty sure you've driven a car for some time in your life, correct?
Here is the I'm gonna bring somebody else up.
Okay.
So I'm sure you've driven a car sometime in your life, right?
And you're talking about not insulting?
I'm asking you an honest question. What's insulting about that? I'm asking you a question. Have you driven a car four times in your life?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you a mechanical engineer?
Yeah, he's been up there for a while.
No.
Oh, look, Jay Prince.
Do you know anything about and everything about fixing a car from, transmission and engines to everything? You know how to fix a car by yourself?
No, I do not.
All right, then. So that kills your argument about I've been around white people all my life. I've been living just because you do something, bro, and you deal around something don't make you that don't make you a fucking expert on it.
All right, good.
And then, like you said, hold on, I didn't cut you off. You gotta let me finish, bro. You had like a whole 2-minute, monologue. So furthermore, then you kept saying, oh, they're building better houses right down the street. Well, that's what you call like gentrification. They have to. They don't want to be around the poor ass whites. They're not building the fucking $300,000, $400,000 houses in the middle of the poor whites.
Yes, they are. There's people all around them that don't mow their grass and they got cars up on blocks. Yes, it's wrong. Again, they are.
I'm going by what you said, bro.
I said they're right around all the white hillbillies. 400.
You said right down the street.
10 of them are being built. 10 of them.
Yes, and they're getting away from the hillbillies.
What?
They're getting away from the hillbillies. This is more of a class issue. Hold on. It's more of a class issue than a race issue.
Hillbillies right across the street. They don't cut their grass. Their siding falling off the fucking houses.
Okay, so if that's the case, that's probably somebody either renting out their fucking house for Section 8 or whatever the fuck. They can't afford the house. If you're renting to someone, it's totally different from owning the property.
Fantastic. There's houses all around them that are not worth a damn. All around that where they're building those $400,000 homes.
So they pushing the white people out.
You still doing what we were trying to tell you. They're still doing the same thing. If they're gonna price those fucking the trash people out.
No, they're not even a smart person. Because the way I've lived, these hillbillies have lived there for their whole lives. Nobody's
exactly. So listen. So you now you don't understand how fucking real estate works. See, now you want to call me a fucking retard, you old ass fucking need to be in an abusive nursing home ass white man. You're a fucking idiot. That's why you on here to argue with black people. You think you're fucking smart and you're the hillbilly you talking about, you dumb fuck. You a piece of shit idiot. You're a piece of shit idiot. That's the same fucking hillbilly. That's why you live around them. I'm looking at your fucking yellow ass fucking ceiling.
While causing more black
fucking piece of trash.
No idea what that means.
Somebody, boy, what's wrong with you?
Got it. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
I mean, I kind of enjoy watching this panel. Folks.
Here's the thing that was
channeling it out here. But this has been a panel of scholars. I'll put it that way.
Travis Allen for the $2 super chat. It says, "Don't build your success off my failures." And another $5.
The black men,
niggas, King Swart,
kind of different in America.
They are corrupt and speak wickedly concerning oppression. They speak lawfully.
Thank you to everybody.
There is no black community there, Jedi.
You can either send a super cap.
There are communities, plural. It's not one coast-to-coast black community.
Go ahead, JP.
Disabuse yourself of that notion.
I'm shocked that nobody.
You know what? I don't find it real productive for my type of debate style. Get up there with 9 or 10 people
saying the same thing in the chat. They don't want to be around. They don't want to.
I would prefer not to do that. I almost went up. I've never been up on Stevie's panel, and I tend to be
we agree. You know why?
When I go up to
because the word
panels.
ghetto didn't start from
1 or 2 or 3 is good enough. 9, 10,
and conservatives used to be black
not
people,
really my forte.
Right? So since the white people narrated how we supposed to think and how we supposed to act, and put us in environments where we had to act like the original how white folks used to act, they forgot that we taught them how to shower.
If you all
everything, right?
Thunder and lightning,
so of course,
thunder in the background.
Only thing the white folks did, they had trained us black people to be them.
Hopefully,
when it was at their
power
lowest.
outages,
and they trained themselves to be us when they at their highest. Because when black folks were at their highest,
again,
they didn't act like the they didn't act ignorant based on, you know what I'm saying? They didn't act like
Not
the ghetto
sure
ways
that
and all
what
this other
you're
type of stuff.
quoting here
When
is
we were
actually
at our
relevant.
heights, we used to be ruling the world. We was
Okay, was it
very
bed bug?
conservative. We was very elegant. Oh yeah, it was very elegant and all this other type of stuff. So only thing is that when they became popular, when they
I
became
wonder where John went.
successful, they became blacks and we became them. What do y'all think about that?
What?
We used to be when black folks say that they don't want to be around other blacks because they're at ghetto. White people used to be the ghetto, and black people at one point in time used to be the conservative.
No, what do you mean? It used to be the ghetto?
Okay,
No, bro.
but you saying to say what?
White people
trying to
used to
say
be the ghetto?
black folk used to claim Republican at one point in time, and white folk was
black people didn't carry themselves like that. What made black people start carrying themselves based on the history that the whites done taught blacks, based on like they trained us basically to be ghetto.
At one point in time, at one point in time in history.
Okay, he's talking. He's
at one
trying
point
to
in time
talk
in history,
Thomas Sowell here. I think.
Slavery, right? A large majority of black folk did consider themselves conservative, right? That's true.
So, right. So at one point in time in history,
but not necessarily conservative, Republican.
Yeah, Republican. My bad, Republican. Yeah,
you're right. Basically, black folks never used to conduct themselves in a ghetto, trashy manner, right? That used to be white folks, right? Even if we had to teach them how to shower. So what happened was the roles had reversed between blacks and whites.
See, this is what happens when you don't know.
I thought y'all said ghetto started with
your
folks.
American history.
White people were the ghetto one.
He needs to read E. Franklin Fraser. There's always been pretty much since the beginning of the 20th century. There's been an upper class, middle class, and the masses.
Nah, bro. Listen, have you ever heard of
going
Thomas
back
Sowell?
to like the 30s and 40s?
Plenty of books
E. Franklin Fraser and Black bourgeoisie was a pretty good job of summarizing
was
class
always
division
white people's culture.
back in the early 20th
white people
century.
used to do a whole bunch of like dumb shit, like they were like trashy, all type of shit. But somewhere along the lines, things had changed.
Absolutely wrong. Well, he had that show set up a while ago. He set it up earlier this morning, way before he actually got on the panel.
They put them in areas and called them ghettos. That's where the term ghetto come from.
And that's what the white people to the blacks.
They put in areas. I see what he's saying. He's talking about back in the early 20th century when Europeans were Irish and Italian were immigrating over here. Irish, Italian, and German.
Where they had to come in and out with the restrictions of the Nazis, so they know their movements.
No, it was before the Nazis.
Ghetto come from. We have adopted the ghettos because America used similar to the same system to put black people in poor areas and keep them in ghettos.
How you doing?
But
Good
the
morning.
term ghetto come from Europe with the Nazis and ghettos. This is a historical fact. But I just wanted to clear that up. But I'm gonna let y'all cook.
But that wasn't always black people history. Black folks
were
It's
not our history, JP. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to tell them what you're saying is true.
That's not what I'm refuting, bro.
I'm agreeing with him.
Again, but what y'all are forgetting is that the thing with the mustache man happened way after. And remember, he took some of the stuff and treatment of what they did in America to impose on the people from Israel.
Yes.
So
not Israel.
Your timeline is off. What I'm saying is,
whenever that is started,
oh my God! So can I talk? Because now, hold on, bro. I didn't interrupt you while you was talking, bro. I didn't interrupt you while you was talking. So what I'm saying is, and if you say it's not, you're either
Roller
stupid
Skater, this is
you're
this
not.
is another
Again, you don't know
panel
the
that's
timeline.
live
So what happened
over
first?
on
Fucking World
No
War
Cap
One
Breezy's
or slavery?
channel. I'm just kind of
Anybody
simulcasting
can
it here
answer.
because John was up on the
Allegedly
panel
slavery.
earlier, and so
Allegedly,
was Be Brave,
I can't talk to this dumb nigga
and
today,
looks
bro. I'm
like
not
they
gonna do this,
dropped
bro.
down.
I'm not
Because
doing
I
this.
believe slavery. Well, the same people that gave us our history
Now,
told us
Slavery
Dolomite,
happened before fucking brother.
actually,
You
Jay
people were
Prince
living.
was
People were
saying
living during
something, but
fucking
it was
World War
kind
One,
of
bro. So anyway, the
timeline
answer is
screwed up.
slavery. So what I'm telling you
But
is
anyway,
this: the same way
this
y'all are
panel
saying this, even though the
basically
word
they got
ghetto,
to talking
what
about
happened?
black fatigue, and it started off. The first couple hours were really good, and then Be Brave was up there for most of the show and went pretty well. And then John came in hot, and they've been trying to recover ever since. Yeah, as a matter of fact, Chris, Germany got a lot of how they wound up treating German Jews from Jim Crow laws. They basically learned a lot of their racial philosophy from the South, mainly early 20th century black codes. And they also learned a lot about eugenics from American eugenicists. There's a book, and I can't recall the name of it, that actually goes through. There's several books out there. It's kind of interesting. Oh, good. Well, that's so nice of you, Roller Skater. And I don't know, with John not up there, I actually had videos on that black fatigue stuff, mainly from the other side of it. But this panel got so interesting, I figured I'd fire up a show. I hadn't really intended on doing it, but with John and Be Brave up there, I figured I would do it. It's been a good panel, up till now, at least.
Like construction.
I would consider that to be rich if you living off the land.
What's up, CK? How you doing?
Okay, we nobody's arguing that. Go ahead.
No.
So they didn't conduct themselves in a animalistic type of
almost never
manner, though, right?
agree with
John's
racial take.
Because you still
Too
had
anti-black
a lot of
nowadays.
you had different tribes, you had different fightings over areas and stuff like that, and so on and so forth. But I guess it was pre-civilization, so I mean,
but like they didn't act the way like the hood dudes act today.
No, there was no hood.
No one acts like
there was no hood mentality.
Right. So, but when white people eventually came about, they was in caves, correct? Will you consider caves to be like a ghetto?
Caves, no, bro. That's
no. The reason why I'm focused on the history because the reason why I'm focused on the history because they all.
And by the way, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. Please make sure if you're new, and I'm not sure anybody's that new to the channel, make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. This is where what you're watching now in the chat. The show you're watching is a show by No Cap Freezy. He's got a fairly big channel of his own, and the title of the show is the Black Fatigue Conversation Y'all Been Waiting For, All Races Invited. And Be Brave was up there earlier. He was the only white guy up there he was up there for maybe 2 or 3 hours, doing a pretty good job, actually. He actually made some good points. John came in really hot and kind of blew the whole thing up. So I wouldn't be surprised if he drops by this show. Just email it to me, CK, and we can put it in this show. Because I think if this gets a little slow, I've got other videos on the topic of black fatigue, which I had no intention of getting deeper into, but I'm kind of being dragged into the whirlpool.
I'm saying circumvent or became a part of the system, whichever
Well,
way you
you
want
have
to
to.
put it. But
Hey, how you doing, Dwally?
we are not part of a system of slavery, bro. We are not part of a
Yeah, he'll
system.
probably
We are
recap it,
though.
Richard.
Everything we know the act is still from everything we know the act. Put like this,
But most importantly, y'all hit the like button.
But before slavery, black folks didn't act the way we act today. The only reason why we
No,
acting is
actually,
generations. Black folks been
B-Brave
acting differently
made
since
some
we've
good
been over here,
points.
right?
Hey, Troll.
But it's always been
But
in
I,
zero
you know,
slavery,
I
bro.
tend to have problems with
because the reason why
is with both that anti-black kind of critique of American culture and race and all that. I just tend to find it, to use a word, I just find it crude, and to throw in another fancy word, unlearned. There are a lot of rough around the edge points that I feel Be Brave really misses, and then you weave it in with that global corporate machine stuff. Winds up just kind of warping, any good points he might make. And I respect his racist views. We all are entitled to our view. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, roller skater. Huh, interesting. Are they Catholic, roller skater? Yeah, check it out after fishing. Fishing's more important and a lot better for your soul, Richard. Don't corrupt your soul before you go fishing. That just, it ruins it. Your chi will not be one with the water and the fish.
The way we exist today, black people, the black people that's been over here in America, only thing we are
roller skater. Well, I mean, family comes
the struggle
first,
black folks after the slavery type of stuff. But you said slavery.
Wait.
When even the natives was over here,
I'm not kidding about the corrupt your soul. Fishing, when you really get into the groove, it's a very zen-like experience. I used to go fishing on the Wilmington River. It's a big river on the intercoastal waterway. I used to go on Sunday mornings, and it is way better than church. I kid you not. So, no, you do not want to go fishing with a soul.
You can't erase the fact that at one point we supposed to have a focal point to go back to, be like, okay, how were black people operating before decolonization? That's the only how you're gonna figure out on how we supposed to move in the future.
Oh my
The
lord!
way y'all trying to move now is still
Holy
not the
cow,
right way, though.
Oh wow!
Y'all trying to move like the conservative white folks.
Hold on, JP. Make some room
Everything you niggas know is white people bound.
Oh my
All
lord!
your education is white people bound. The
That's
way you
horrible.
do civilization is white people bound. So y'all don't know how the fuck we supposed to move forward.
Bro,
Y'all
Freezy
moving
trying
like
to
the
talk, bro.
white
You're not
folks.
even listening, bro. Chill, Freezy talking.
Well, Richard, you know what?
you.
It's
Oh, yeah, my
funny
bad.
you say that. You're still fairly young. I didn't really. When I lived in Savannah last, I chose to live about probably 40 miles from work because I wanted to be out on Wilmington Island. Like I was like 5 or 10 minutes from some of my favorite fishing spots. And then where I worked was like literally to the west of Savannah, in another county. But, I could have lived closer to work, but I chose to live closer to fishing. It was a great decision. When I finally moved from Savannah, I wound up living up in the mountains. I commuted into Fairfax County, which was about 70 miles. I've always chosen to live, as rural as I could, and I'll just commute to work. So, I live in a neighborhood now, but it's a neighborhood with trees and it's dog friendly, etc. 10 minutes from a pretty decent fishing spot. I could walk there. So the older I've gotten, I just living in the cities for young folks. You know what? It was worth the commute though, because I could also work from home. I did IT, so I would work. I worked a lot from home, so it wasn't always a commute. Yeah, cookie cutter neighborhoods, I cannot do it, and I could never live in an apartment again.
Slavery. So I can even say that probably after slavery, when Black people were together and stuck together and they ran things a little bit more structured, there was more family, more unity and stuff like that. But I think you just kind of articulated it wrong and it kind of got off balance.
What's up, BD?
Yeah.
How you doing?
Yeah. Criminal element, though. No matter how far we go back.
BD, I have an odd question. Is that BD for the Doomsday character? Remember that quarterback who always wore the helmet everywhere? His name was BD.
Laid out that we were more respectable. To whom? That didn't stop lynching.
He was a grown man.
From coming to burn down Tulsa. It didn't stop shit. So
Speak Radio, I think Be Brave did pretty good, to be honest. I never agree with all his viewpoints, but I think Be Brave actually said something that I agree with. He basically says that, he wishes more white people would be honest about their real feelings about living around blacks. Most are too polite, and he basically is upfront, very direct about it. I don't disagree with him necessarily, but I married into a white family. I do know that, people tend to like their blacks, like my wife's family. As a matter of fact, my son is up with my wife's father for a few days. So I literally have never had problems, but we had a lot in common as far as, being Catholic and kind of Catholic and middle class and all that. So believe it or not, there were a lot of similarities in my wife and my upbringing. Very similar, believe it or not. So, but I do think Be Brave has a point. A lot of times white people will not necessarily, be direct. They'll be polite. However, I personally have never really had a problem. But then I think a lot of it is you might be more inclined to like a specific individual versus a culture thing. And let's face it, you would never look at me and go, hey, that dude's into hip hop. I've just never been that way. Having slavery fatigue. I'm not sure I understand your question. You know what? And I kind of agree with you, Chuck. Slavery wasn't really the problem. It was Jim Crow. It was Reconstruction, post-Reconstruction, and Jim Crow that really did the economic damage. So slavery is a thing. However, Jim Crow just ended 60 years ago. It had, in my opinion, a lot more direct effect on generational wealth and that sort of thing. So slavery was bad. I think Jim Crow, honestly, was worse. And there's history to back me up on that.
Sound any better?
I think it's better. Yeah.
Yeah, you better, Riyadh.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Well, Fantastic's really good. Really knowledgeable.
What you guys say about him?
Brady's up there for 2 or 3 hours. He held his own. I have to give him that.
Kind of complicated.
Even though
I got
a lot
nothing
of
to say.
people off. That fatigue is bullshit, Tyrone. I think in my opinion, a lot of the people that are complaining about fatigue are part of the problem with the fatigue. And I'll give you a good example. Speak Radio, were you up there when Clue was on the panel? Man, Clue just showed his ass. He was kind of drunk. And yeah, Clue was a piece of work. Believe it or not. And CK, let me go look for that email.
Dad's born and raised here. My mom's originally from Pakistan, though. So basically, both grandparents is from Pakistan. My dad's born and raised here, so I'm just like my dad, though. So I'm a citizen, though, born and raised there, though. So it's different, though. Like, they've treated me good, like, based on my experience, though. But I think the only difference is it's a little similar, but the only difference is, though, they're more nationalistic, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
as far as y'all, as far as this black fatigue thing, this, you know, it being like a hot topic or whatnot, do y'all think this is really a concern, or do y'all think it's really some bullshit?
Some bullshit.
Nah, I think it has some validity to it because it's something that black people are saying within our own. So is it super serious? No, but complete and total bullshit? No, because black people are tired of niggas' behavior and the negative effects of it.
Well, that's like, you know, a lot of times we have quote mixed family. You know, there's always going to be one or two in a family that little hood.
Black people do, but for us to be sick of them and want to get and just through with them, like you can't be through with something that you are. How you gonna be sick of being
totally
black while being black?
You totally can. Again, you can make a separation. People do it every day, like I said. No one said anything about hate.
Like, because it's
This is actually one thing that they're kind of talking about here. The thing that really annoys me is the question, like, if you move away from the hood or marry outside of your race, this weird thing that the anti-blacks have, they'll go, well, Stanley, you didn't marry a black woman, or Stanley, you don't give back to the hood. And my response is, fuck y'all. You know, all these civil rights leaders and the Frederick Douglasses and the Marcus Garveys even of the world, they didn't fight the good fight for me to follow, you know, peer pressure or being on code or any of that. I assume they wanted black people to be able to be free enough to choose how they live. So the bottom line is, you know, if you want to come to me and criticize who I married and all that shit, F you is my response. I will do what I want to do, and I never really cared what people thought in the first place. So it does not hurt my feelings, you know, if a John Galt finds fault, you know, with how I've chosen to live, because I'm just as successful as John Galt. I'm retired. I get to hang out and make jokes on YouTube. What more could I possibly want? So, you know, y'all need to save those anti-black black points for people who care. If you come to me with it, you know, I'll just make jokes. And nigga fatigue ain't gonna work, and they stop that. You know what? Again, kind of like woke, there was a whole book that CKJ told me about. I think it was CKJ, called Black Fatigue. The book was written years ago. So once again, you know, a term that, you know, kind of started in the black community has been co-opted by white racists. So, you know, woke didn't mean what it means now. Black fatigue didn't mean the same thing a few years ago as it means now. So, you know, white people can't even make up names for their own for their own for their own problems. You know, if you have a problem with black people, how about fucking make up your own name instead of borrowing our shit? Make jokes, Genesee Ben. If you think I'm a joke, fuck you. See, that
but
was
if
a
you
joke.
because if you ask all white people, if you ask them what they are, they're gonna say, I'm Irish, I'm Italian, I'm this. But they come under the guise of white because they separated white people from black people. So what I'm saying is they use poor white people to help subjugate poor black people while the rich white people make money. So what I'm saying is that what black people have to do, we have to realize is that, you know, like I super chatted DJ Hemp when I told Cheeky, black people are marginalized people. No matter where you go, you can
I
separate
don't
yourself
go with
from
that logic.
so-called ghetto blacks.
Historically
And I
marginalized.
understand what you're
I
saying
just
about,
don't
you
know
know,
that we're
niggas, you
marginalized
know,
to
we
that
get, you know,
extent.
we, come on, man. We all get tired of our own people. But you can't, we not in the position to separate.
See, this is part of the problem. People are going to go and kind of create their own narratives. I don't know that I agree that black people in 2025 are marginalized. It's really more situational. I don't think black people are blanket marginalized these days. We've got too many examples of success, you know, throughout, you know, the spectrum to claim that we're still being marginalized. I think a lot of the marginalization is self-marginalization these days. And I see Flow State has joined the panel. Definitely interested in what he's got to say.
I was just trying to get in before you got in, bro, because I don't want to interrupt you.
CK, I've got that lecture queued up.
You almost didn't, like, you don't know me, bro. I was like, nigga, don't do that, bro.
No, it's like nigga Taz.
No,
I'm not refused to
it's
whatever.
a
But I ain't trying to start no shit.
called
Respect.
I respond to Miss.
She is a co-host on this channel. The channel's called No Captivity with Freezy. I'll drop the link again. He's a really good host, and he's got, let's see, a little bit over 6,000 subscribers, but the channel feels bigger than that. He is a very good host, so I recommend the channel. I'll drop the links. This is the actual show. You can figure out how to subscribe from there. But I want to see what Flow State has to say, actually. Oops, did I stop it? I didn't mean to do that.
It's cool. It's just back and forth. He's cool. What I'm saying though is that they saying that we got to move it up, bro. Y'all keep going back. Slavery happened, right? But white people are no longer using the lower class whites to subjugate black people at all. They not fucking with them.
Hey, what's up,
the
Mark?
lower class whites,
hey, how you doing?
Is damn near overdosing every day. All right. So the only thing they get used from that for, I guess, is, you know, I don't even know out of the deal. All right. But no, they're that what they used to do in the past, you know, to make the poorest white man feel like he's better than the black man. That shit's not going on in 2025, man. And that's all I'm saying. We got to update the way we looking at this shit, because it's not that no more.
Barack Obama and Donald Trump. Look how they look at those two men. A white person will say up and down the wall that Donald Trump is way better than Barack Obama. We know on paper that he's not. Yes. So they doing it still in real time.
Well, actually, no. Donald Trump's a billionaire, And I mean, if we're talking money, and then furthermore, why do you care? I don't care.
Characters, morality. They will still say with characters and morality, they will still say that Donald Trump is a way better man than Barack Obama.
I think that Donald Trump has allowed the Be Braves of the world to be much more comfortable in expressing their fatigue. I'm not sure, maybe I'm wrong, but it's a lot easier to complain about your black fatigue under a Trump administration than it probably would have been under a Barack Obama administration. Essentially racists and anti-blacks are freer to be their own racist selves. 92% say we ain't moving forward. Those 92% of what? And what poll are you quoting? Or is this Be Brave numbers, Dolomite? If it's Be Brave numbers, then that explains it.
So what now?
Obama said, read the super cap. Hey, read Mo or Phil No Mo to read the super cap.
Okay, F&M, you want to?
From Kevin Studders, $2. Great show, Freezy.
So he asked,
it's on go.
So check it out. He asked, was there a cause for concern, right? So I heard a lot of y'all say nah, so we kind of got past that and went into something else. But I did have a difference of opinion on that, and here's why. So I do think it's kind of serious. When it comes to a woman willing to attack a child, that's something that's a problem. The willingness to get behind it, I don't know that that's just internet jargon. You know what I'm saying? So when we see the next incident, maybe it won't be called white fatigue, but is that why it happened? If white people are so tired and we don't know what the next attack will be, and it's perfectly fine to start on children, I don't know how we cut it off as it's just cat. We don't know that.
Yeah, CKJ, this lecture is definitely something that John would be.
Didn't Obama drop way more bombs than Trump?
He dropped more bombs than anybody that ever lived.
So what's worse, killing people or having multiple wives?
Obama has things that are monumental historically.
Yeah, facts. Man, Obama is
spread the
one of the worst.
over the entire continent. He did it by force.
Hold on. Are you saying Trump didn't bomb people either, Dusty?
No.
Nope.
George Bush.
Donald Trump did bomb people. Donald Trump did.
He literally just bombed the Houthis.
He didn't do it or whatever to the extent that Barack Obama did. Barack was just blowing up all type of things. Oh,
y'all
okay.
comparing
My bad.
demons though, like it's like comparing one demon to the other. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing?
Man, Obama wasn't shit, man.
They both suck, but yeah, that's all I was pointing out. You're acting like there was an objective measure, and there's definitely not an objective.
Yeah, the objective measure is that Flo used to sell drugs to kids and kill them.
You got kicked out of another channel, didn't you?
Who is that?
Yeah, but notice how the channel's about me.
Damn,
notice how CT's about me. Notice how when my name, you know what, real power. Hey, crack state. Notice how when
it's about how you're
crack state.
Oh, is that Imperious? Oh shit! This is about to go south.
See, this is one of the white people that white people don't fuck with.
Let's have a conversation.
Look at you have women. You
compare the two, fam. It's obvious that Donald Trump isn't really. He doesn't have a politician's language.
To be honest, I didn't even catch
one of the best
conversation.
orders of this lifetime, right? So I think that's one of the bigger issues if we're talking about the two. The separation would come in on how
Well,
you
they
present
didn't.
yourself
I don't
as
know if they didn't ban Be Brave. I don't
Barack
think they'll
Obama
ban
being presidential
Imperious.
versus Donald Trump acting like he's somewhere on the blocks, being president. There's a difference.
Well, he is more relatable to most people.
Or did he just get dropped?
I disagree. I mean,
What's up, Luke Little?
Just the way that he actually acts. Like whenever you look at Obama, like it's almost like, you know what I'm saying? Like I cannot relate to this nigga like outside of his
You didn't fill out an NCAA bracket. You don't play basketball.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so you can relate to him.
No, but what I'm saying is this though, right? Like whenever you hear Donald Trump talk, like he sound like not necessarily a nigga, but like he don't sound like presidential. Like he don't sound like a.
He sounds like Braxton Hartnebrig, dog. He don't sound like one. He sounds like Braxton Hartnebrig. Trump sounds like somebody you go to
So why make you talk like a nigga?
Yeah, exactly. Like it's like you had put it perfectly. Donald Trump sounds like somebody that you would go to the bar with. You know what I mean? Like that if you like pull up at a bar, like you might be sitting at the damn bar drinking.
Donald Trump sounds like somebody you go to a bar with.
Obama actually went to the bar and had it. Just 1 second. Barack Obama actually went to a bar and had a drink. Barack Obama actually had a drink with the scholar. So I'm just saying he's done those things publicly, not just a guy you can
Trump
feel
was
like
a very
that.
local boxer in Brooklyn, dog.
Yes, I mean that's what I'm saying. I mean, but you say you made it
Well,
sound like
Taz,
that relatable, but Obama was the personification of it. He actually did that. The beer substitute.
I would picture a black Donald Trump man with Michelle Obama than the Obama that we have, right? I think that the personalities of Trump, he got this gangsterous personality though, from a white perspective, compared to Obama. Obama is like Taz. I don't know if you've seen in the inauguration thing, right? Now, before then, Obama was telling us niggas that we shouldn't, vote for Trump. We need to woo out the band, right? And he specifically called out niggas. And just to find out, this nigga left his wife, let the world scrutinize his wife because she stood on his business, right? Not to be all up in this white man's Donald Trump face smiling, right? The characteristics of Obama, I would see that Michelle Obama been with Donald Trump more than
they will have B. Brave be his vice president.
Only if Donald Trump was black, him and Michelle Obama would have been the perfect fit than the Obama that we have.
Jesus,
they don't go. It seems like they don't match.
What the hell is he talking
Donald
about?
Trump is a gangster.
Like you just made up a person, bro. I don't know how you can do that. That person doesn't exist, bro. But
yeah, you're right. But what I'm saying is, look at the characteristics of Donald Trump compared to Obama.
I mean, he's a racist, bro. Like how do we compare the characteristics of a racist to a mixed dude?
And Michelle despised his character, though. Like, why would she be with him? She didn't even go to his inauguration, so why would she be with him? That makes no sense, JP.
No, I'm only saying that. I'm using a hypothetical. Like when you compare the two, right? Because they were comparing the two characteristics of. I would look at Donald Trump acting more closer to black folks than Obama did.
So he thinks Donald Trump is more like a black figure than Barack Obama.
Modern day.
That's a very
Barack
interesting
Obama
observation.
Is the accurate representation of what you would want the black man's quote unquote image to be. It's sad that you think that that's bad to put forth an image of a 34.
Yes, Slick Rick, this wouldn't be one of those times, though.
You see what I'm saying? So, most times, 9 times out of 10, niggas has got what? Felonies, right?
No.
And they gonna do some stuff. Come on now. We're gonna keep it all the way thorough.
Yeah, if we keep it all the way
I think Jay Prince is probably a very typical Donald Trump voter, though.
Shout out to Doug Will for his $5 super cap. He said, "There's no such thing as a moral president of the United States of America." Shout out.
I agree.
I agree with that.
Mm-hmm. I just think that when you talk about the characteristics, he might be a racist. But at one point, black folks used to celebrate Donald Trump, especially when we look back in the 90s.
When was that time?
I think they celebrated his money.
It was.
I don't think Donald Trump
everybody thought he had money.
Yeah, it was about his success.
And it was about how to conduct
everybody.
too. It's about
All right, well,
that
folks,
character
anybody who
study.
wants to
Because
hit
there's
the
a lot of
panel,
white rich
I
folks
didn't
and
have,
black folks don't celebrate.
other than showing this panel, and then I've got some other black fatigue videos. If anybody wants to hit the panel, I think the links are pinned at the top of each chat. Feel free to do it. John is coming on at 10, I think, or so. So, and who would it be but King Shenard? Mr. Shenard.
Peace.
You know what? Slick Rick, Bumpkin's on his way up? That's surprising. Good morning.
Did you ever furnish proof that Lindy Lou said what you said she said?
I'm sorry. Let me get on my earbuds. It's thundering outside. Okay, what were you saying?
Did you ever furnish proof that Lindy Lou said what you said she said?
The who?
Lindy. You remember what you said about Lindy Lou?
Fuck that. You know what? That's days ago. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, but you can't say something like
Hey. Let's make this a good Sunday morning. I don't have to supply proof. I heard what I heard. I don't give a fuck if you believe me or not. So let's move on.
Yeah, let's talk about tap dancers, man.
Have you been listening to this panel at all?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
Mainstream media, they always present us operating like a code.
Any thoughts? Was Be Brave one of the tap dancers?
I didn't see much of Be Brave. I just thought like once you, as soon as.
Is it me that's going out or you?
Yeah, I mean it's crazy.
Well, I thought actually for what it was, and it's one of these accidental things. I was on T's show for a few minutes, and then they were shutting it down, and I was actually gonna start a show around 3, and then I hopped in bed and started falling asleep, and this just happened to pop up. I fell asleep for like an hour. I woke up, and these people were going at it. And probably the only reason I went to the panel was Be Brave popped up. So, I couldn't miss that. Having Be Brave talk to a panel of black folks about black fatigue, I knew it was at a minimum going to be interesting. And he didn't disappoint. And like I said, he made one or two actually good points that I agree with. The rest of it was just, the usual Be Brave stuff.
I mean, I scrolled back. It seemed like he was up there all night.
Who, Brave?
Crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, he was up there for 2 or 3 hours. So he hung tough. And
what are the points that you agree with him on?
He took, I think the part about, the silent majority point, where, he has basically saying that, hey, he's not shy about saying, hey, his thoughts on wanting to live around black people. He's saying that a lot of other white people are too polite, basically, to be direct. And he wishes more white people would be direct. Now, he says 90%, he likes making up numbers. I don't know that it's anywhere near that high, but I do know that, they're probably, a number. I'd say it's probably 50-50. That would be my guess. I think there would be 50 who don't care. 50 who basically don't care if they live around blacks as long as they're decent people. And, there's the other 50% that, hey, you know what? You got black skin. I'm not going to take chances. Those are the racists. So,
you really think it's
basically he's saying it's gotten so bad that white people don't really want to give black people a chance. I disagree with that. I think maybe in his little hayseed heaven, it might be like that. However, I live down south, and I can tell you right now, it's never, at least since I was born, I grew up mainly in the 70s, 80s, definitely all of the 80s. And, I'd say from 76, I have a really clear memory. Yeah, in grade school and high school, there's always going to be the roasting sessions where a few racial epithets will fly, but that's kid stuff. I would say as an adult, I've actually never had maybe one or two, once in the Navy that I was obviously, a little racial tiff. But
you never mentioned, like, I'm not trying to be, I'm not trying to like attack you or anything like that, but you never mentioned what, I'm not gonna say it. Fuck it.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about.
No, actually, I don't.
Yeah, your mother-in-law.
Well, she died. Actually, my mother-in-law and I got along great.
You said I think you said it was her grandmother.
Yeah,
sorry.
it was my wife's grandmother, my father-in-law's mother. And yeah,
you never mentioned what she said when she met.
Oh, she said basically when she found out that, my wife and I were dating, she went, "Can't she find a white man?" But, she was like 89. She was like 87 at the time. What do you expect from an 87-year-old Virginian? She grew up in the Shenandoah Valley. And the only reason I know about it is my wife told me about it. If my wife hadn't told me, I would have never known. And why my wife told me, I guess it's like, hey, be careful or something. But I was always well behaved, around, her family, and continue to be.
No, but I think you said that she said something to you.
Not to me. The comment I just told you she said was about like I said, she made the comment. Maybe it was to my father-in-law, but you know what? 2 or 3 years in, she was always trying to get me to come over to visit, when you coming to visit me. So, when my wife told me, I actually laughed. I'm like, well, she's 87. I'm not going to get real wrapped up, in her views.
What did your mother say?
Well, I don't think my mother was particularly happy, but I'm not sure my mother would have been happy with anyone I married. My mother was kind of like, well, nobody's good enough. But no, we used to do family reunions every summer. Every summer we go to places like Asheville or Kill Devil Hills or Tennessee, Gatlinburg. So, my mother got along with my wife good enough to, be cordial. But my mother, she could be kind of standoffish. And I don't think she liked any of our spouses, to be honest.
Well, do you think she had an issue with you marrying a white woman? Did you ever think
I'm sure they did. But you know what? I was 38 when I met my wife. My parents knew better. I'm no one to be toyed with. And at 38, she should just be happy that I found a wife. When your son makes it all the way to 38 without being married or no grandchildren or anything like that, I think she was happy that I found someone, and she knew kind of how picky I could be. So, if she had problems, she never actually voiced them to me. Now, what she said, behind my back or behind closed doors, I don't know. She's died a couple of years ago. A year and 6 months ago. I'm not going to go digging out skeletons. She was cordial, even friendly, and that's all that matters to me.
I see. So you know, a lot of people say that.
Well, who is my doppelganger here?
You married a white woman that can't be pro-black or anything like that. Me personally, I don't even care who anyone marries. I don't even really.
Well, you know what? I'm not gonna. I mean, no one ever defines what pro-black is, but the bottom line is, I'm not a black supremacist, or I'm not an extremist. Okay, I'm not a hotep. I'm kind of a middle of the road guy, and I tend to just not like stupid people. Um, I'm not anti-black, that's for sure. I think black people can do a lot of things right. So I pretty much take it, try and be an individual, meet people where they are individually. I don't make broad assumptions. Like when John says blacks don't want to live around blacks, I don't have a problem living around blacks as long as they're not shooting up the place or, doing drugs on the corner. And I literally live in a town that is roughly 50-50 black. My neighborhood is roughly 50-50 black. Carroll County, the larger county, may be, I don't even think it's 70%. I don't think it's 70% white. I haven't looked it up, but I do know the small town, and I don't live in Carrollton. There's several other small towns in the county. I live in one of the small towns, and it's about 50-50. It's like 40 something white, 40 something black, and then the rest is Hispanic and other. So as far as like, I have no problems living around blacks as long as, they're decent people. What's up, Jahan?
What do you define as decent?
Decent as in they read books and mow their lawn and don't make a lot of noise.
Peace, y'all. I'm kind of breaking up because I'm driving.
I can hear you just fine.
What up, man? Peace.
I hear you just fine, John. Or did. Lupin, what's up? How you doing? And I see Stanley Crosses out there. Is that Mavid, maybe?
Probably that lead weirdo.
Somebody has cloned my picture and my name.
It's weird how that shit appeared as soon as I popped up. So you probably know who it is, right?
I have no clue.
I don't sleep on this channel.
Probably Mavid. What's up, HB? Yeah, as long as he doesn't cause trouble, I enjoy seeing my name in the chat. The more of me, the better. What's up, Tyrone? So, Jihad, what's going on with you this morning? Looks like the show, Freezy's show is ended. So what I've got here, this is something that that Speak Radio, I think it was Speak Radio, gave me this little clip here of this Asian woman on X talking about what's the title of it? An Asian woman talks about white people that talk about black fatigue. So let's see what we got here. Turn this volume up.
White people attempting to rebrand white rage by co-opting the term black fatigue as though it's a phenomenon we actually
She got it
experience
right.
but only recently found the language to talk about is both dystopianly weird and tragically on brand. The copying, the whitewashing, the centering themselves by playing victim. But what's ironically telling about it is that the concept of racial battle fatigue is not new. It's been around for decades. And the term black fatigue has been used by black people for quite a while. Mary Frances
All
Winters wrote a
true.
book that came out in 2020 titled Black Fatigue, and it describes the mental, emotional, and physical exhaustion that Black people experience because of systemic racism. Now, notice how Black people didn't call that
Very
white
funny,
fatigue,
right?
because the purpose is not to assign blame in order to justify bad behavior. It is called Black fatigue because it is a harm that Black people experience, and so their focus is on addressing and combating that harm. Whereas when white people talk about experiencing Black fatigue, they are not talking about a harm that they experience because of Black people or anybody else. They are literally telling on their own inability to live in society with Black people. And that's not new either. That's a pathology that has existed for hundreds of years, but call it what it is, white rage.
I love it. This lady is my new favorite Asian.
Who gave you that video? It says Speak.
Yeah, I think Speak Radio is the one who gave me the link over on T's show.
This is what I don't understand
Sorry.
about tap
Sorry,
dancers
what?
like Speak. So this is what I don't understand about tap dancers like Speak. You know, he's a CT.
Why do you think he's a tap dancer? Ooh, they changed the show. It's called "Do Black People Need to Be More Like White People?"
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Like, check. Yeah,
You hear me?
StreamYard is acting up. No, I'm saying, yeah, like Speak. I don't get it. He's a tap dancer.
Okay, well, they've reset the show. It's now called "Do Black People Need to Be More Like White People?" So I definitely want to hear thoughts on this. Do you think we need to be more like white people, Shinar? Jihad?
No.
Spaceship in the sky. We never shut down the earth in
I
one
don't know why
day.
they would even change that title.
We never said, look what we did with the summer of
Well,
love.
it's a very provocative
Come
title.
on now. Look what happened in California.
Speak Radio goes, "Can he dance for you?" What's up, Webster?
Yeah, everybody quiet.
So wait, hold up. He named. So what were the positive things Trump did? Like
Trump
I hear
did?
you say he did positive things, but what were they?
Wait, hold it. Who are you
Central
talking
Park
to?
5.
I mean, if you
Was
look,
that the
if you look
positive
at
I was
thing?
talking about.
Oh my God, I love when niggas bring up that.
I'm sorry. That's
Was
the
that
other
positive
panel.
thing, or was it because you think he did positive thing because he was a Democrat? See, that's what you fail to realize. The dude was a Democrat. He wasn't a Republican until he decided to run for office.
No, I think he switched a little bit
Well,
before
most
then.
of the time, as people get
You're
older,
back,
they
Jihad.
tend to become more conservative.
All the people he ran with and donated to the Clintons for their campaign.
You know,
and everybody
HB,
else,
I
they
do
so bad and
not
evil, but that's the people he was sitting there
disagree with
chuckling
you
with.
on
Got
that.
nothing.
I think he does fine on T's panel, but when he hops on, some of the more, to use a word, rambunctious channels, yeah, he's a little bit of a fish out of water. I mean, I personally like him, but yeah, it's a little, when it gets rough and tumble, it's a little. I think it's sometimes a little tough for him to get the cultural stuff.
Called comments.
I know he drives T crazy.
Thor's. A picture tells a million stories.
Nigga, can he answer the question? We know that you hate Donald Trump. Can he answer your
Ain't about
question?
hate. A picture
Yeah,
tells a
HB, hit the link.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm responding, right? Because
Are you
Trump
doing
has
cattle
several pictures
cars?
with Diddy, Epstein, and Oprah, and the whole
I
gang.
wouldn't feel bad for him.
what they all got in
HB,
common.
he's an adult.
He got pictures with
An
everybody,
SA
bro.
charge. Don't Trump have that?
With
Don't Trump
everybody.
have an SA charge?
You
No,
like
he
it?
Don't
does
Trump
not
have
have
an
an SA charge. No, he don't have an
Yes,
SA
he do.
charge.
He was found
Do you
guilty
like it,
34
HB?
counts felony.
That has nothing to do with.
Does it keep you closer to home also? Do you get to drive the cars off the ramp? More money, that's always a good thing.
Money isn't everything, bro.
I absolutely agree with you, Shannon.
The shit isn't even real.
I do not disagree.
Whenever you bring up Donald Trump, bro, listen, look, niggas just like lose all their marbles, bro. Calm the fuck down.
The other thing, I really think they should stop using the N-word. If anything, it just sounds unprofessional.
Whoever was talking, then you can
Not like these
Reese.
panels or any sort of professional thing, but
No, it's on Reese. Let Reese get it.
Go ahead, finish,
him.
Reese.
Matthew wouldn't let Reese finish. He couldn't even talk.
No, see, the brother is just running off what he heard on the news. And I'm not mad at him for doing that because that's what everybody else is doing. I'm trying to make people understand that the news has been lying. Let me say it this way.
News has been lying.
On the internet, on the
Streamyard is acting
information
up for
highway,
me.
you can find two sides of every.
Kind of sounds like you, Shanard.
Me, I don't know which side is true.
Ooh, this
All
dude
I'm
talking?
saying is, all of this negative
Let's
stuff. they say
hours and
about
home
him,
every night. Nice.
You can find the polar opposite, and if you pay attention, everyone that's accusing them of something, we're finding out that they themselves are doing that exact same.
Do you
thing.
ever
All
have to do overnight? Because Texas
And
is a
it's
big
literally
state.
all of them. Every Trump hater in the past 10 years is taking massive L's right now. All of them, Ellen DeGeneres, Baldwin, the Obamas. Look at them. They're all losing. And he came back and he's on top of the world, about to change everything. And there's nothing in his way. Something weird's going on.
Oh, wow.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
I don't know
Must
what's
be
true.
nice, HB.
Shit. But
Well,
I
nothing's in his
spaceship. God damn it.
Probably nothing's in his way because there's not actually two parties. There's
Do you
two
where are you
wings on the
picking
same
the
bird.
cars
They
up?
move
Are
in the
you
same
picking
direction.
them up at a
I think
port?
Trump got away with shit that Obama or Biden never could have because he's got the MAGA crowd supporting him no matter what he does, and it's wild.
Okay. Now let's Matthew, you got something to
So,
say?
do you think that he would have got away with leaving the border wide open? You think he
Yeah,
would have got away with that?
this is going on into Trump here.
The border,
And I'll just kind of hop in intermittently. Did y'all hear about the Nottoway plantation, Jihad or Shenard? Y'all familiar with the Nottoway plantation? It was a plantation near Baton Rouge, and it burned down in the past few days, and that's been kind of a big deal. You know, a lot of black people that I've seen online are kind of like, "Yep, you know what? You know, the slaves of the past are the ghosts of the slaves caused the blaze."
That's what I was gonna say. I don't believe that, but that's still like the sentiment of it. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, they were having like plantation style weddings there, which I've always found just kind of disgusting.
That's
just not reading about it.
And there are a couple plantations in Charleston that they do that, and then I think they do them. There's a Wormslow plantation out on Skidaway Island, right in Chatham County, outside Savannah, on the water. I think they do plantation weddings there too. So you know, they're all beautiful places, but you know,
So do
I
black
would
people
never. And that's one
participate?
thing I meant to research if black people ever have plantation weddings. Oh, hey, I have to tell you, do y'all know who John Marshall is? He was the first chief. He was the first Chief Justice of the United States. And my brother-in-law and his wife got married at the Marshall plantation, so they actually had a plantation wedding. And unfortunately, they roped me into being one of the groomsmen. I didn't want to do it, but I went ahead and did it. Well, he was my future brother-in-law at the time. Back then, he was just my neighbor and drinking buddy. And so to To be honest, that was actually like the first time I ever had a substantive conversation with my wife. And the next day the next day they did a quote after party. They had like the wedding reception, but then they did like a big shindig up on the mountain. And that was literally the first time I ever had, like my wife and I talked for like 2 or 3 hours at the thing. And then we were a couple ever since then. So, the plantation wedding kind of worked out for me, which is creepy enough. But anyway, so I've actually been a part of a plantation wedding, and I was not particularly happy because I actually had to change clothes because I came in regular clothes, and I had to change clothes into the tuxedo in one of the slave quarters. It kind of freaked me out.
That's your wife's brother.
You what?
That was your wife's brother. His
Yeah, yep.
And he got you to.
You're doing what? HB? Why? You okay? OKC weather has been insane. Oh wow!
Dolomite is a tap dancer. Look at that bullshit. You have people who's ignorant.
Hit the link, HB, if you want to talk about it. You good? I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing. Is it for black fatigue?
You see what Dolomite wrote?
No.
Bullshit.
Cheering, talking about the ancestors while ignoring the face that the descendants. Wait, hold it. Talking about ancestors while ignoring the face that the descendants was still working on the. Were there black people working at the plantation? I didn't realize that. No, I get your point, Dolomite, and it's a good point. People are going to be out of work. So yeah, that's a very serious point. Oh, that's why you're going to a psychologist?
Hey, listen.
We changed. I changed in the slave quarters. The guys had one slave quarter, and the
help a tap dancer
had another.
If I can help a tap dancer a day, then I did my duty.
Tap dancer a day. That's funny. All right. Well, let's have a look at this. Is a channel called One Mic History. It's a black guy who does history stuff. So naturally, I'm going to gravitate. But I see he's got a history of the Nottoway plantation. It's about 12 and a half minutes. So let's see what they got.
15th, 2025. Flames engulf Louisiana's famed Nottoway plantation, reducing one of the most opulent antebellum mansions to ashes. Yet behind its striking columns and its polished chandeliers and its lavish rooms lay a unsettling truth, a history woven into America's darkest fabric, the exploitation and oppression of enslaved black lives. So today we're going to peel away the layers of grandeur and confront the powerful, uncomfortable narrative hidden behind Nottoway plantation. So join me today while we discuss.
No, it wasn't that type of wedding.
And if you like stories like this, you can find more stories.
What's
like
up,
this
Uncle Fatty?
.com. If you like audio only episodes, you can find my podcast wherever you get.
Why is there not a black owned and operated artisanal cotton plantation?
History of the Nottoway.
Is there an untapped market? You know what? Wait, hold it.
Stretching from the War of 1812 until.
Just so you know, the Jefferson Davis's, I can't remember whether it was his plantation or his brother's plantation, actually did wind up being taken over briefly by the actual slaves. They kind of ran the plantation after the Civil War for a while, and successfully, from what I understand. There were also black plantation owners, at least one that I can think of. Can't remember the name, in New Orleans. Now, the plantation owner might have been an octoroon or mixed race or something, but there were black owned plantations in Louisiana. And there were probably others, but they were mostly in that Texas, Louisiana area. And I'm glad you reminded me. If I think of it, I'll actually do some research. But I mean, as you can imagine, the vast majority of these plantations were white owned. And when I say white owned, we're talking about back in the day, they were the Elon Musks. They were the 1%. Southern plantation owners were pretty much the 1%. That, and in the North, it was shipping magnates.
Until the onset of the Civil War in 1861, during these decades, Southern agriculture experienced an explosion of growth driven by global demand for cash crops like cotton, tobacco, rice, and especially sugar. Southern plantations swiftly embraced these lucrative commodities, amassing tremendous
Tap
fortunes
dancing culture is
that
what
generated
blacks need
tremendous
more
political
of.
and
Wow.
social
He doesn't know what tap
Sugar
dancing is.
emerged as a particularly profitable, and Louisiana was perfectly suited for sugarcane's finicky cultivation. Rapidly, it became America's sugar bowl, hinting at the sweetness but also masking the undeniable human
Slave
suffering.
labor
Growing and
built
harvesting
most of the
sugar
plantation. Who
demanded
else was going to
punishing
do
labor
it?
year-round,
Let me
infamous
also
for
make
its
one
harsh
point,
intensity,
and I've been
unyielding
meaning
work
to
days,
make
and
this point. Whether the anti-blacks and others want to hear it or not, the reason people like Thomas Jefferson and George Washington, George Mason, all these plantation owners, especially during the founding era, the reason they were able to sit down and write constitutions and draft declarations of independence, they didn't have to tend their own fields. Okay. If you have a bunch of people, free labor out there tending your crops, doing your cooking, making your bed, you have a lot of time to sit around and think great thoughts.
How do you think the Industrial Revolution started in the 1700s?
Okay, I'm not talking about the Industrial Revolution. I'm talking about the founding era. So, when I hear about the great men in American history, thank God they put that leisure time to productive use, because they didn't have to go out and till a field. Poor whites had to, the quote yeoman farmers, and the slaves, we know what they were doing. So I'm very glad that Thomas Jefferson and George Washington and Edmund Randolph, all these founding people, had the time to, put ink to paper, because they sure as shit didn't have to, grab a hoe and hoe a row. So I'm actually sometimes
colonialism
not
had
that sometimes I'm not that impressed that they had time to found a country. If they were busy having to tend their own fields, they would have never had the time to found a country. So when I hear that slaves,
I'll be back, man. I'll be back.
Okay, when I hear when slaves had no time, slaves had nothing to do with the founding. Well, no, they weren't writing, constitutions, but they were freeing up time for the Thomas Jeffersons of the world to write constitutions. And involuntarily, I might add.
Conditions. Unlike cotton plantations, which offered a short period of relative downtime, sugar plantations required constant grueling labor. The planters oversaw enslaved African Americans as essential machines rather than human beings, systematically forcing their bodies and spirits beyond endurance to maximize profits. On sugar plantations, enslaved black men and women rose at dawn, harvesting in the blistering heat with machete-like tools designed to slice through tough sugar stalks. Loaded into carts, the stalks were then rushed over to sugar mills, where enslaved laborers operated dangerous machinery designed to press the juice from the harvested crops. The boiling cauldrons, powerful presses, and the constant threat of horrific burns, injuries, and even death. Such awful conditions meant that life expectancy for enslaved individuals on sugar plantations was significantly lower than on farms cultivating other less taxing crops. An awful calculation that planters simply accepted, believing that black human life was disposable in the pursuit of profits. Within this brutal economic system stood the Nottoway Plantation, Positioned proudly on the banks
it's
of the Mississippi
Nottoway?
River, it was
Oh, the
established in
Nottoway.
1859 by John Hampton Randolph, a Virginia planter who migrated southward
Guarantee you
to
he's a
exploit
relative
Louisiana's sugar
somehow
boom.
connected
Nottoway
to
quickly
Thomas Jefferson.
became emblematic of Southern wealth and power. Randolph understood the lucrative possibilities sugar cultivation offered. In the ambitious and
Yeah, Webster.
unrelenting
That's
pursuit of wealth,
that.
he
That's
eventually
that
controlled over
SKC hood
6,200
conservative
acres
logic.
of fertile land,
Hat
with
band.
1,200 of those acres being exclusively dedicated to sugar production. To maximize his profits, Randolph held at his height 155 enslaved African Americans forced to work, live, and die on his plantation. Randolph expressed his wealth boldly, commissioning New Orleans architect Henry Howard to craft a home of unparalleled wealth and size. Built largely from local cypress timber, sourced, prepared, and painstakingly assembled entirely through enslaved labor, Nottoway Plantation stretched nearly 53,000 square feet with 63 opulent rooms, 156 doors and windows, state-of-the-art gas lighting, advanced indoor plumbing, and 22 towering columns gracefully overlooking the riverbanks. Upon the mansion's completion, Randolph went as far as destroying the architect's original plans, preventing anyone else from recreating Nottoway's splendor. Yet, beyond the marble tile and the intricate embellishment, each breathtaking room stood as a monument to human suffering. Nottoway was not merely a mansion, it was a gleaming monument to Randolph's wealth, built entirely on stolen freedom, relentless suffering, and enslaved labor. Life in Nottoway resembled life at countless plantations across the South, marked by constant physical exhaustion, terrorizing violence, and emotional torment. Randolph's enslaved workers spent their days
Oh,
planting,
that's a bonus,
cultivating,
right,
and
Uncle
harvesting
Patty?
sugarcane under the punishing Louisiana sun. Overseers forced an atmosphere of relentless
Yeah.
productivity, threatening and inflicting physical punishment through brutal whippings and beatings. Families lived under the ever-present threat of loved ones being torn away, sold off, and separated forever at their master's whim, creating psychological scars and emotional torment through countless generations. Within this stark and humbling slave quarters, life was a testament to resilience amidst brutality. Enslaved black men, women, and children endured unimaginable hardship and humanity systematically stripped away through relentless deprivation and oppressive surveillance embedded into the plantation's architecture itself. Yet, as tensions grew across America, the eruption of the Civil War in 1861 thrust plantations like Nottoway into uncertainty, threatening the very foundations of their existence and the complex systems of forced labor upon which they relied. Battles raged across the country, and freedom became entangled for millions of enslaved people, and the era of relentless oppression began to crumble. By the war's close in 1865, Nottoway's plantation stood remarkably untouched, only bearing minor physical scars of the conflict. Only a stray grape shot lodged into a
Wow, it's
once
really
pristine
weird
column
it survived
hinted
the
at the
whole
turbulent
war.
times that the
And
mansion had endured. Yet, beyond this facade of longevity and grandeur, the harsh realities of the post-war South quickly closing in. For planters like John Randolph, they were once powerful and prosperous through enforced and unpaid labor of enslaved African Americans. The war's outcome shattered their economic dominance. Suddenly confronted with the abolition of slavery, Randolph and contemporaries were met with a grim economic reckoning. Thousands of acres of cultivated fields they had relied on for enslaved labor dramatically shrunk, leaving owners burdened with mounting debts and dwindling fortune. Nottoway's once thriving estate, spanning thousands of acres, was eventually reduced down to just 800 acres. Yet, across the South, plantation owners grappled desperately with ruin. The Southern economy staggered. Once wealthy planters faced an uncertain future. In response, Southern planters turned to a system that replicated slavery's profitability and control. Sharecropping. Under this seemingly fair arrangement, Black families would rent parcels of land, paying a substantial portion of their harvest as rent. Yet quickly, sharecropping revealed exploitative heart. Planners manipulated contracts, charged exorbitant prices for supplies, enforcing unfair obligations and debt that became
Any thoughts on Nodaway burning down?
No, I don't have no thoughts. I really don't care.
Well, I have to say, I mean, these homes are actually really nice, especially if you can find one that's built of brick. So many of these things were built of, wood. There are quite a number in that Savannah, Richmond Hill, and then over to Charleston. A lot of them actually survived. There's one in Midway, Georgia, that we used to go to as a kid. But yeah, I'm kind of with you. I just don't like seeing history burn down like that. And then, as Dolomite correctly points out, burning it down basically took away jobs.
Impossible to escape. Rather than freedom, sharecropping imposed a cycle of poverty, generational economic entrapment, and exploitation that mirrored slavery.
No one actually does it by hand that I know of.
The name. And
so, I mean,
as the Southern economy was attempting to repair
for
itself, a disturbing transformation began to take hold.
This is the
rather than
picture.
confronting the powerful truths of enslaved suffering, plantation estates and their wealthy owners gradually began to reinvent themselves, shaping a sanitized, romanticized mythology of the antebellum life. Vast mansions, sprawling gardens, and wide porches became symbols of imagined elegance and refinement. Brochures and postcards invited tourists across America to marvel at the South's supposed glory days, deliberately obscuring centuries of forced labor, violence, and hardship. By the turn of the century, places like Nodaway have found themselves a new life, not through cotton or sugar, but as idealistic snapshots of the Old South, deliberately stripped of the brutality that created their wealth. Yet these romanticized narratives could not forever silence the truth. By the late 21st century, activists, historians, and descendants of enslaved individuals increasingly challenged these sanitized representations. Places like Nodaway's grand weddings and luxury hotel stays became focal points of criticism and debate. Pressure mounted. Critics questioned why the lattice facade of wealth and refinement was celebrated so enthusiastically, while the spirits and lies behind that grandeur remained hidden, forgotten, and ignored. Then, May 15th, 2025, history would intervene. A fire broke out in a small second-floor bedroom, unnoticed at first, but swiftly growing. Flames soon engulfed the entire southern wing, consuming furniture and drapery, spreading passionately from room to room. After lengthy efforts from firefighters, Nodaway's mansion was reduced to smoldering ashes by dawn. The mansion that once stood resiliently for 166 years was nothing more than fiery rubble. The loss of the mansion sent emotional tremors through Louisiana's community and the wider South. Some mourned the disappearance of beautiful architecture and craftsmanship. Others, the erasure of an economic symbol. Yet, for me, Nodaway's destruction felt more symbolic, a purging of a site that had long obscured a miserable history beneath its deceptive charm. The fires did more than destroy brick and mortar. It burned away years of romanticized illusion and hollow nostalgia, laying bare a reality of exploitation and trauma concealed beneath. Just upriver, a contrasting reality stands in the Whitney Plantation, where the truth of enslavement isn't softened or romanticized. There are no weddings or photo ops. Instead, it presents enslavement in all its honesty and dignity, demanding the respect and reflection that it deserves. In Nodaway's fiery loss, we are perhaps given an opportunity to honor the truth, to dismantle long-held fantasies, to reshape our collective memory, and to understand the breadth and depth of American slavery, uncovering the authentic narratives long hidden behind idealistic facades.
I see that house.
The flames consumed the mansion that embodied generations of distorted storytelling. The true history, resilient, haunting, remains stubbornly alive.
No,
By confronting these painful truths, we ensure
it's
that
like a
this
summer
legacy,
crop.
the real
You
legacy,
plant it
will
in the
never
spring
again
and you
be hidden
harvest it
behind columns and grand
at the end of the summer.
Thank you. I'm
Very.
your host, Country Boy.
It is
This
a
is One Mic Black History,
very.
and this
It needs hot weather, literally. That's why Egypt and I was going to show you all this. Pima cotton is actually grown in the southwestern United States, in Peru. The term supima, it's some sort of trademark, but now I do know cotton is grown in South Georgia because when I go from Savannah to my father's hometown, we have a farm down there, believe it or not. And yeah, they're cotton fields. Not as many cotton fields as I remember when I was growing up. But yeah, people still grow cotton. I don't know what value it is, but Georgia cotton's kind of out of favor. Apparently, it's Pima cotton and then the Egyptian cotton. For all I know, they make cotton swabs out of Georgia cotton. So since you're up here, we'll go ahead and watch your video because it looks pretty interesting here. This is like a guy, just a little background. This video is provided by CKJ3. And let's see, the speaker is Audra Willis Carrasco. She's a freelance writer, essayist, and author of Winston Mills, a memoir.
That's his sister.
Oh, is it really? Yeah, I guess I should have recognized that. So it says here, after becoming a self-made millionaire of 28, at the age of 28, Winston seized the hidden opportunity presented oh my goodness, I got to enlarge this. I don't have all my glasses. Winston seized the hidden opportunity presented by riot-induced white flight and wisely invested in commercial real estate, making sweeping purchases of numerous abandoned properties. He transformed the previously crime-ridden area and made something out of nothing, a widely successful urban paradise and a brilliant symbol of Black prosperity. But in doing so, he unwittingly triggered racial resentment and made enemies of politically powerful individuals and the corrupt local judiciary. This talk details the buried history of Winston Willis's empire on Cleveland's east side in the 1960s and 70s, and his family's battle for reparations and lost capital that continues to the present day. You want to give us a little background? When they say reparations for what, was property seized or something?
Yeah, she's gonna go into it, but
oh, does she? Okay.
Yeah. So yesterday I had a conversation with my mother. We were just talking or whatever, and I was just telling her about some ideas that I have about doing real estate development and stuff like that. So she goes telling me, she's like, yeah, it was a guy when I was a kid, he owned all this property down there, where Cleveland Clinic is now. So off of 105 and Euclid, it's Cleveland Clinic owns all of it. Cleveland Clinic, then you got Case Western Reserve, you got Little Italy, you got all these restaurants, and all this development is down. So if you see it now, you would be it's amazing how he used to own all of it. But she goes into detail how they got it from him, and it's a sad story, man. It's just sad. But it goes into you would hear John, and they say well, why the blacks can't do this, and when the blacks can't do this, but they don't want to talk about the blacks that have done it, and they rob them of it. They literally just took it from him. They took it from him. He's
eminent domained it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that and some other stuff that they did. She's gonna talk about it, but the guy's still alive, 85 years old, and he's broke, living in a nursing home right now, Stanley. It's sad.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah, like he has nothing now. Nothing.
Oh
Nothing.
wow.
Still
What is
like,
this?
he's still fighting.
Oh wow.
Fighting him.
Okay, well, we definitely want to hear this.
Yeah.
This
The
is
beginning,
reminiscent of
if you want to go to when she started talking, the lady, she just talking like a little bit, but I don't know when it starts at, but you will see her, like she'll pop up, because I think she's like on the Zoom. You will see his sister pop up and she'll start telling you about the story.
Okay.
At the law school, that's the reason why we're in this building today. It seemed to be best suited for the format of today's discussion with Audra Willis Carrasco. There's so many new faces in the space. I think it's important for me to maybe introduce myself just a little bit to you. I am born and raised, for the most part, here in Cleveland, with the exception of a small period of some time that I spent on a small family farm in Georgia as a child. But I've been in Cleveland pretty much all of my life. My research and my writing is on the area of my first and my most favorite piece is about reparations and the right to reparations for Black people as descendants of American servitude, involuntary servitude. And then my most recent piece, which is also a favorite baby of mine, is about the rise of police unions on the back of the Black freedom movement struggle during the 1960s. And so I just share that in case folks, I know folks, you all may not know me and you may wonder who I am and why it's important for me to have conversations like this. At SJI, it's extremely important to me that community, unaffiliated with our campus, feels welcome in our spaces, are included in the conversations that we have about topics that impact our community, right? Directly our community. And
You
when
know
I say
what?
our
These
community,
sorts
I
of
mean Black
questions.
folks, because I grew up in community with
Hey,
Black
CK.
people and our camp.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
This is what I mean about America just being a racist country. Now, here we are watching this, and the first question that pops up is she supposed to be Black? What kind of fucking question is that?
Yeah, I don't get
I'm like, and yet when I point out that America's a racist country, they want to label me a racist. I was just talking about this yesterday.
Story is going to show it. This story is a perfect example, and it's crazy because I was just having a random conversation with my mother, and I'm just telling her, I tell her about my ideas, stuff I want to do, and she just brought it up. And a person like me, when somebody brings something up to me, I go down this rabbit hole. I just research. Like all last night, I was just watching videos. I'm like, God damn, they did this guy dirty, man. Dirty. Like,
Right.
It's sad, man. It's just sad.
All right. Well,
Campus is largely surrounded by, or situated in the middle of Black community. And that brings me to the story of Mr. Winston Willis. For some years now, I have been very, very interested in hearing more and understanding more about the situation that occurred with Mr. Willis. I had learned from my family about the vibrant sort of area and businesses along Euclid and Cedar and Carnegie that aren't necessarily connected with Mr. Willis's story, but nonetheless is a demonstration of a vibrant Black community. And of course, I'm very, very curious in understanding, both as a lawyer, but also as a community member, understanding how and why what happened, which is why when there was an opportunity to buy this book, me and Allison, where's Allison? Oh, there's Allison, raise your hand. Allison is the administrative assistant and the reason why everything is flowing so well at SJI right now. We jumped on the chance to buy this and to start reading it. So welcome to you all. Miss Willis Carrasco is here with us via Zoom. She lives in Texas. She's going to speak with you all about what's happened with her and her brother, what happened to her brother and her process for publishing, self-publishing her book, which is also proof of the importance of our voices being centered in our experiences, regardless of who may or may not deem them as worthy, if you will. And want to give her the chance to explain both the history, her family's history, and the process of publishing this book. And then we'll open it up for questions. I see a lot of, we have our Social Justice Institute scholars, so this is like an intergenerational conversation today. We have young people, we have the rest of us, and I'm really, really looking forward to the conversation. So I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Willis Carrasco.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. I wish I could be there with you, and I really thank you for your interest in my brother's story. Winston and I are both in our 80s now, and I'm not doing much traveling these days due to age-related health issues. But I really thank you for being there and your interest in the story. I'll just start at the beginning. I actually started writing Winston's story back in the 70s.
Well, apparently, if he got money, it was nowhere near what it was worth.
When I moved to California,
He's in a nursing home now, penniless or close to it.
no one locally
He didn't get
the story.
nothing.
None of the local newspapers
sorry.
or anything. Because
I didn't hear you.
I said he didn't get nothing. Nothing. He lost everything.
Got nothing?
Nothing. She's about to go into it. Nothing. He didn't receive.
Shit.
He didn't receive a penny. Nothing.
Winston was sometimes viewed as public enemy number one because he was so outspoken about revealing the racism he was experiencing. So I continued to write the story when I was in California and published it in a couple of magazines, but no one locally in Cleveland was interested in publishing it. But the book came to be because after I finished writing the book, I submitted to several big publishers in New York. And after they reached out to the clinic, they got scared off and they kind of dropped the ball and weren't interested in publishing. And I also had a deal to do a documentary on my brother, and the same thing happened.
Do you know about Cleveland Clinic, don't you?
Yes.
You know how successful, how big Cleveland Clinic is?
Well, yeah, that and the one in Minneapolis.
Yeah. So
the Cleveland Clinic. I think my father has been to the one in Minnesota. I don't know if he's ever been to the Cleveland Clinic.
Okay. Well, this area to get people, this area is prime. When I'm talking about prime real estate, it is prime real estate. And for him to have to get it, because a lot of stuff went on. I mean, I think she goes into it a little bit at that time, and he just, he bought it up. He had a vision, and he did what he did. And, like if you see the area now, Stanley, it's crazy because it's prime real estate. It's
right.
He had it. It was his, and they just, for him to have nothing, and for him not they don't even acknowledge it. I never even heard this story. Until my mother told me about it. I never heard of it. It's she mentioned it, mentioned his name, and I just went down this rabbit hole, and I'm like, God, leave. I wish I could show y'all pictures of this area. It's crazy. It's prime real estate, and he used to own it.
Is it developed, or
Stanley,
is it undeveloped still?
No, it's developed. It's everything is. It's so nice down there. It's prime real estate. Everything you have Cleveland Clinic. You got Case Western Reserve. You have all the art museums. Everything is in this area, and he had pretty much the whole strip. He had it. He bought it, and he bought it pennies on the dollar at the time. Fixed it up, took his money, fixed it up, and you're gonna hear about it. It's crazy, but I never knew about it. Never knew about it.
Wow.
they also dropped off.
So he's in a nursing home in Cleveland.
Yeah, and yeah, he's in a nursing home right now in Cleveland. Dead broke. He broke. He has nothing. Still,
Wow.
still trying to fight. Still trying to fight. Him and his sister. Yep. To this day.
So that's why I decided to self-publish the book, because I really think his story is important. And the main reason is because, for the most part, for decades, Winston's history and everything that he did and accomplished in Cleveland, it appeared to be erased. They tried to erase his history. And I'm just determined that my brother's history is that important. And I think Winston is as much a part of Cleveland history as Terminal Tower or any of the other local landmarks. So I've continued to tell his story, continued to write his story. He's 84 years old now and in fragile health, but he's still very much a legal scholar, which he had to become over the years after all of his properties were stolen without payment. And he went all the way to the United States Supreme Court, where his case was docketed and accepted, but a few months later, they denied an oral hearing. So the case is still a part of the record of the Supreme Court. If you just docket the docket and just pull up his name, it's still there. But let me go back to Winston's history. The way I structured the book, I felt that it was important to reveal what shaped him as a man. And that begins in 1939 in Montgomery, Alabama, where he was born. And my mother actually told me that she named Winston after Winston Churchill, because when she was pregnant with him, just before he was born, she used to hear Winston Churchill talking about the winds of war coming, over in the UK. And he was such an amazing orator that she was really impressed. And she said that she always felt that Winston was destined for greatness even before he was born. So that's why she named him after Winston Churchill. And in our home in Montgomery, Alabama, Winston has always been a businessman. I think he was born to be a businessman, because even as a little boy, he would go out. He was the first one to get up in our house in the morning, even long before we went to school. And he had a little red radio wagon, and he would go out into the woods and chop kindling, and he would go around in the neighborhood and sell it. And he would do errands for people to make money. And there was this lady in our neighborhood who used to sell candy to all the kids. And he actually set up a business with her. And he was doing things like that when he was just a little boy. And also, all of the men in our family were self-employed, and they all owned a lot of property. They all had their own businesses. Some became lawyers, and those were Winston's role models. And those were the people that he really patterned himself after. Our mother's brother, who lived next door to us, he owned several dry cleaners and several grocery stores in Montgomery. And he was also a favorite of Winston's as well. And so our family joined in the Great Migration and moved north to Detroit in 1954. And that's where Winston, he was enrolled in high school, but he was really, really dissatisfied with what he claimed, that he said, these people can't teach me anything. They don't know anything. So he dropped out of high school in the 10th grade. And our father was in the floor covering business. So he taught my two brothers, Winston and our older brother, about all the tile business. And Winston was very, very informing his customers about, floor covering and how the best things go with the different tiles and different carpeting and all that. And so our father had taught him all that. And so by the time he was a teenager, he was managing 2 tile stores. And he also was going to the local pool hall, which was totally fascinating to him. even though our father would drag him out of the pool halls every evening. But on his way to school, he would always stop off in the pool hall, and that's where he learned to shoot pool, which came in very fortuitously for him many, many years later. So on one of his jobs, this happened in the early 50s, on one of his jobs as the manager of a carpeting store, he received a call one day from a customer in Grosse Pointe, a rich area outside of Detroit, with a complaint about a carpeting job. So Winston
Why do we have to
said,
call it
well,
tap
let me
dance
come out and
culture?
see what the
How
problem
about
is,
just a
and we'll
culture of
fix it.
success or black
So Winston
excellence or
drove out
something?
to this mansion, and the man that opened the door, the customer, turned out to be Miles Davis, the jazz trumpeter.
Oh, wow.
So Winston and Miles Davis sort of started a friendship. And Winston shared with Miles Davis that one of his dreams was to open a jazz club someday. And Miles Davis said, "You're just a kid. What do you know about running a jazz club?" And so Winston said, "You watch, I'm going to do that someday." And after a while, Miles Davis believed him. And he said, "Well, you make it happen and I'll come." And as it turned out, many, many years later, well, several years later, not that many, but in 1961, Winston opened the Jazz Temple in University Circle. He moved to Cleveland in 1959. And right away, that very first night that he went there, he was visiting some relatives on Quincy Avenue. And in the next block, there was a pool hall. And so Winston and his friend Joe visited the pool hall, and Winston played a game that was called One Pocket. And in one evening, after playing One Pocket for several hours, he won $35,000. And with that, he opened up his first business in Cleveland, and that was in 1959. And one of the people that he played pool against that evening on his
They're
first
not
night in
so-called
Cleveland was
racist
a man
days.
named
They
Carl
were
Stokes, who
racist
later
days.
became the mayor. And he and Winston remained friends for many years. And so after Winston opened the first child.
This is one point I want to make. Racism basically did not mean you couldn't be successful. The saying or the maxim that you have to work twice as hard to get half as much. Back then it was true. Yeah, you could be successful, but you would have to work harder than the equivalent white person to be successful. So they're not so-called days. They were real. And, this is where the whole anti-black stuff comes into play. Okay, it doesn't mean being aware of the past and being appreciative of what, the forefathers and foremothers did. That doesn't mean you have to be a victim. You just have to be aware of it because history repeats. Okay, I don't know where this weird thing in the John Galt anti-black culture came from, where it's a sin to know stuff, or a sin to read a book.
Stanley,
knowledge is power.
What's crazy is that a lot of these people, they talk nonsense, right? My grandfather and grandmother moved up here in 50.
Okay, and this is absolutely stupid. Okay, who the fuck said anything about an easy way out? Where did you get that idea from? Okay, I'm saying that the past was real. They weren't so-called racist days. Those racist days were real. And that's where the idea that for a black man to be successful, you have to be twice as good, twice as smart, twice as hardworking. And you young bucks better fucking get it through your head. Because believe me, as old as I am, you would be surprised how just random knowledge or knowing how to do stuff or just knowing stuff in general can be helpful. even if it's just striking up a conversation with a stranger who turns out to be a Miles Davis, or who turns out to be, someone who, when you network, okay, being able to strike up a conversation about different things, knowledge, if for no other reason, it's like dinner party talk. So this weird thing, it's like a lot of people in this John Galt space are afraid of books. They won't bite. I'm sorry, CK. I cut you off in my righteous anger.
Yeah, what I was saying is these people act like, stuff didn't happen. Like I was saying, like my grandmother, they moved to Cleveland in like 52, because I think my father was born like 54. From the South.
These weird, god damn, these dudes, I guess they're just trolling or something. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but I was just saying, like,
I shouldn't even be reading the chat, I guess.
But yeah, like I said, like they moved up here like in 52. Father was born in 54, and like they lived over here in this area. Like my grandfather came up here to work in the steel mill. So you have like this, I mean, the migration of people moving up here to get jobs, to try to create a different life or a good life for themselves. And it's like it's really, when you think about it, it's really not that long ago. Like I said, my father.
Oh yeah,
my father, he'll be 71 this year. He lived it. I could go talk to him right now. You know what I'm saying? It's like people act like it was like, oh well, that didn't happen.
Yeah, 100 years ago.
Yeah, and it's like, no, like that was, a generation ago. Like it's like the guy
within living memory.
Yeah, the guy, he's still alive. Him and his sister are still up. They still here. You could go talk to the person that went through this history and really have that conversation with them, and they can explain to you what happened. But to deny it like it never happened, that's the crazy thing about it. It's crazy.
Right. Yeah, well, I don't know what to say other than the resources are here. Like you sending this video, this is fascinating, and I would much rather hear this lady talk about what a very successful Black man went through than something like wondering about do whites want to live around Blacks? Who gives a fuck? When there's money to be made or lessons to be learned. I just find, and I'm gonna be honest with you, CK, and you'll get where I'm coming from. This is why Black people fail. Okay, because you would rather fucking go and listen to, basically gossip level stuff rather than actually learning life lessons from a lady who, is describing what her family went through, what her brother went through. This is valuable stuff. And this is why, and it's not just a Black thing. It's America in general. We would much rather play a video game than actually go out and learn something that could actually help you make money. If nothing else, somebody like you who is looking to get into real estate development, this sort of stuff is invaluable. So this is why, in my opinion, a lot of Black people wind up failing. Okay, just because you're not listening to rap music or just because you're not in the streets, that's not a guarantor or guarantee of success. You got to know shit.
Child store. He went on, and all of his businesses were in the Glenville area. So he opened business after business after business. And
no, I'm not. That's
successful. And then
the
Jazz Temple.
That's a Maven thing, Sam.
Huge success. It was right on the corner. It was located right on the corner of Mayfield and Euclid in what was called the Mayfield Triangle. And but he encountered some problems because the residents of Little Italy and the Mayfield community, they didn't want them there.
I'll be right
In fact, there was an Italian restaurant right across the street, and they refused to serve some of the most famous jazz legends that you've ever heard of. Miles Davis, John Coltrane, Dizzy Gillespie, and Dizzy Gillespie, some of his bands went over one evening to get dinner, and they were refused service. And the people actually told them, "We don't serve niggers in here." So then the band members went back over to the club, and they told Dizzy Gillespie, "Do you know what they told us? They said that they don't serve us." And Dizzy Gillespie said, "Well, they're going to have to tell me to my face." So Dizzy Gillespie went over to the restaurant, and they told him to his face that they wouldn't serve him. So as a result, Winston and his girlfriend, Charlene, they lived in a large home over on East Boulevard near Wade Park. And they would make elaborate dinners and invite all of these jazz legends to their house for dinner. And I was living there by that time, and I kind of helped out with cooking, and I was basically a sous chef, I guess, doing all the chopping and all that. But that's how they served the jazz legends. And one bit of my personal history with this is when I first moved to Cleveland, on the first day I was there, and Winston was getting my suitcases out of the back of the car and everything. So we were going inside, and I heard this music coming from upstairs in the loft. And to me, it just sounded like noise. And I said, "What is that?" And at the time, of course, I was 19 years old. And at that time, I was still swooning over Johnny Mathis and Sam Cooke. So I didn't know anything about jazz. And so Winston said, "Don't you know anything?" And so he was telling me how beautiful the music was. And he said, "By the way, that's a friend of mine, and he's practicing. And he's rehearsing for a performance. Don't ever go up there and don't bother him." And I found out a few days later, it was John Coltrane. And John Coltrane used to stay at his house whenever he came to Cleveland. So after the Jazz Temple was open for a few years, there had been so many threats. And I mean, I used to answer the phone there, and the language of those threats were really scary. And there were several attempts to eliminate the Jazz Temple from the Mayfield Triangle, but they didn't use enough dynamite. They put dynamite in windows, and there would be several small explosions and all that. But the final one came in 1965, and it really took half the building down. So, but the Jazz Temple had been extremely successful, and it was known all over the country, and all the jazz greats appeared there. So after that, Winston continued to open several other buildings. And then in July of 1968, while the Glenville shootout was going on, Winston had a restaurant at that time called the Hot Potato. And the Hot Potato, again, was another really successful restaurant. And a lot of the local gambling hierarchy used to go there after they were gambling all night. So anyway, Winston was hosting a bunch of the local gamblers in the back of the Hot Potato. He had a private room back there where they would go and gamble in secret. So in July 28th is when it happened. And Winston was gambling with 6 really, really famous gamblers, and he beat all of them. And then it came down to just Winston and this one other gambler who was the top of the local gamblers. His nickname was Git. And Winston beat Git for 3 days. And for 3 whole days, they gambled together. And Winston won $500,000. And with that money, he literally started purchasing property all up and down the 105th and Euclid area. And all those buildings at that time were abandoned because all the white business owners were afraid of the riots, and they had left. And all the buildings were just abandoned, and it was just a crime-ridden area. And Winston literally made something out of nothing. because he recognized that there was a potential there. And he did it. He started refurbishing buildings and remodeling. And in no time, it was a refurbished area. And some of the local reporters refer to it as an inner city Disneyland. Or some of the local headlines said, Winston Willis's Miracle on 105th Street. And it was extremely popular. Winston had hundreds of employees, and he opened restaurants, movie theaters. But the first business that he opened in that building right on the corner across from Great Drugstore was the adult bookstore. And that was a bookstore that showed adult movies. And he did not make the movies, but they did show the movies there, and they sold books and that kind of thing. So that started some enmity among the locals, and they didn't like that. But after that, he opened Scrumpy Dump Theater, then he opened Performing Arts Theater, then he opened the New Orleans Restaurant, and I mean just business after business after business. And I actually worked in most of the businesses there. I worked in the office, and Winston had started his corporation, and it was called University Circle Property Development Incorporated. And that was on the second floor. And he also rented office space to local doctors and lawyers and accountants. And one of his longtime tenants was Jim Brown, who had his organization there. And the year prior to Winston purchasing the building was the Ali Summit, when all the athletes, all the Black athletes, some famous Black athletes all over the country had converged in Cleveland to give support to Muhammad Ali after he refused the draft. And but Jim Brown continued to rent space from Winston for many years. So after that, Winston was encountering so many attempts to remove him from that area. And he had a bunch of high-paid, high-profile lawyers that were representing him in court. But the local judiciary was so corrupt that every single case Winston brought before them, they just threw it out of court. And the lawyers weren't able to protect him, so Winston started representing himself. And he literally became a legal scholar by necessity, because naively, he still believes in the law. And he thought that he could make the law work the way it was intended to, but that didn't happen. And over the years, he mounted lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit, trying to prevent them from stealing his properties. And so for 15 years, his fight continued. And so he started the 105th Empire in July of 1968. And up until 1982, he held on, and he continued to fight. But in 1982, is when they really, really, really trapped him. They actually trapped him and arrested him for a bogus check that they claim that he wrote for $428. Now, at the time, you have to understand, Winston was a millionaire. Now, what millionaire can't cover a $400 and some check? I can tell you from my own knowledge that that amount of money was kept in petty cash in the restaurant, or more than that in petty cash. But it was a trap for them to get him out of the way, and they did. And they drove him around after he was arrested in his office. The police drove him to 7 different penal institutions in the state of Ohio, and every single one refused to accept him as an inmate because there was no crime. They couldn't prove a crime. But the final one in Chillicothe, Ohio, somehow they were about to let Winston go home, and then the warden received a phone call from somewhere at City Hall, and they decided to accept him in as an inmate. Now, this was in 1982, And after he was accepted, a few days later, 2 guards came into his cell and told him, "We have an order to take you to solitary confinement." And when Winston asked them for what, they only could tell him, "We don't know, we just have an order." So for several days, Winston was in solitary confinement without access to an attorney, without being given permission to make a phone call. He was locked away, and while he was in solitary confinement, the entirety of 105th and Euclid, from 107th all the way to 105th, that entire area was seized and destroyed. I mean, to rubble. All the buildings were gone. And that's how they took his property and gave it to Cleveland Clinic. So going after that, Winston was reduced to living in abject poverty. He had nothing else. And so he devoted his life to research. And again, he literally became a legal scholar. And that's when he continued to fight. And in 1999, I went to visit him on Halloween weekend. And he asked me if I could stay for a few days to help him prepare his petition to the United States Supreme Court. And I said, okay, I can stay a few days. I ended up staying 4 years because the few days after I arrived there, this company started stealing his last building, the last building that he owned. And that was at the corner of 59th and Euclid. So we fought to save that building, and they took it anyway. And that was particularly horrendous because Winston came up with a plan to remove that case from the local housing court to the federal district court. And that case had been removed. I personally served the judge the papers notifying him that he no longer had jurisdiction over that case. And the judge in that case went ahead and held the hearing anyway, and he told us to vacate the building by 8 o'clock the next morning. The next morning, the SWAT team showed up and Cleveland police surrounded the building, and they made us leave the building. It was November 8th of 2000. It was snowing like crazy. It was very cold. And they made us leave the building, and they made us wait in a parking lot across the street. I sat in that parking lot with my brother in his truck when the wrecking ball came. And then the locksmith came and changed all the locks on the back door so that nobody could get in. And my brother's 2 sons were there. And at first they refused to leave, but somehow we talked them into leaving because they were also in danger. But the wrecking crew took the building down, and my brother sat there and watched while they took his last building and reduced it to rubble. And I left and went over to another relative's house. I couldn't stand to watch it anymore. So after that, Winston continued to fight, and there was nothing else we could do. So my only contribution to this was to write his story. And I knew I had to do something, and there was nothing else I could do except to tell the story. When I finally went back to my home in California, I submitted the story as a screenplay. I submitted it as a documentary and any other thing you can imagine. And everyone in Hollywood, all the producers that I met with said, this is a powerful story and it should be told. But we just think it's so unbelievable that it's not going to appeal to a mass audience because nobody is going to believe it. And so I've been hearing that for years. And that's what brings me to the decision to write it as a book. So.
Well, let's just say I have so many thoughts, and we want to open it up to questions for sure. Ms. Willis Carrasco, I want to say to you, as a person who has been involved and understanding the ways in which this government works, it's why I direct the Social Justice Law Center and the Social Justice Institute, largely to expose the ways in which the law, although it doesn't work the way that it should, is absolutely working the way that it's designed to. So many times I've heard people who don't look like me say, oh, this just couldn't be true. I'm thinking about the individuals who were tortured in Chicago by a police commissioner there by the last name of Burge. Oh, it just couldn't be true. It just couldn't be true.
Yeah.
And the reality is that community always knows the truth. And finding a way to make sure that that truth is more broadly exposed and accepted can be many of our life's works. When you say you didn't have anything else to do, it sounds like you did a whole lot. You've done a whole lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Have you gotten a hold of the book?
I just ordered it last night as soon as I seen him talk about it. So I gotta wait for it to get here. Yeah, I want to read it. But you know, another thing, my grandmother, my great grandmother, she owned a property over in that area, and it's crazy because she mentioned like 1982, and that's when she actually sold that property to Cleveland Clinic. But she said for years, like Cleveland Clinic will like reach out to her. We want to buy this property. We want to buy it. And she said she wouldn't sell it. But now it kind of makes sense now after hearing his story. Yeah, they own all down there, like Stanley, like that's all Cleveland Clinic, like that whole area is all redeveloped, built up. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Wow, I had no clue that that sounds like Chicago Junior. So I know nothing about Cleveland. My brother-in-law is from Cleveland. So I mean, is Cleveland known for corruption? I mean, I can't imagine how stuff like this was happening all the way up into the 2000s.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure this happens everywhere. But I know like that area. So the VA is down. So you have Cleveland Clinic, the VA.
Yeah.
Like I said, Art Museum. You have a lot of development going on down there. Like I said, you got Case Western Reserve. Actually, I got a friend that actually stays down there. Because they have like a lot of like these, like I guess they used to be like mini mansions. So the street Euclid used to be called Millionaires Row back when Rockefeller used to stay here. Like Rockefeller, I think had a home. Carnegie had a home. All these millionaires used to live in I think it was like the 1920s. It used to be like a whole bunch of like mansions down there.
Right.
You still have some like down there, but a lot of have been like knocked down or there's like turned to like an office space or something. But my friend actually bought a house through a program where they you purchase the house and they redo it. But he stays like off of like I think it's 105 and Wade, where the guy owned actually some of his properties. He stayed down there now, him and his wife. But there's a lot of like VA and Cleveland Clinic doctors that stay in this area now. Like it's a lot of them that stay down there, close to work and stuff. But like I said, if you drove through this area, like it's to just know that he owned that area and they just took it away from him, which I see why they took it away. They had a lot of these developers, they have like 10, 20-year plans. They so they just figured out a way to get it from them, to get out the way.
Well, that actually kind of reminds me of this story about a black family in North Carolina who, and Stuff like this used to happen on the Sea Islands of Georgia and South Carolina, places like Defusky Island. I don't know so much about St. Simon's Island. You're familiar with that. But a lot of that property used to be Black owned, and Black people, like the older generation, they lost a lot of property just by that same sort of strong arming. This one family, I was thinking I'd find that video because it's amazing. Family owned like oceanfront property that some real estate developer wanted, and the family didn't want to sell it. So, back in the old days, these families would own farms and, or not farms, but like oceanfront property. Like it was generational property. And this one case, it was like the black sheep of the family, like there wasn't like proper documentation, and somehow or another, this development company was able to find the black sheep, kind of like put him in charge of the land, basically make him the owner, basically swindled it out from under like his sister or something like that. So they wound up somehow or another getting him into the ownership of the land, and he sold it. So without his family's permission or anything like that. So it was a huge mess. This Defusky Island, St. Helena Island, Hunter's Island, all these places that historically, like it was Gullah land. Like after the Civil War, this land just was unwanted. Like white people owned it, and then after the Civil War, they got displaced. A lot of this land wound up going to former slaves, and then over like the next 100 years, just the oceanfront property just basically between taxes, they would raise like tax rates, and it would just become unaffordable to the people who had been in families for generations. They would get taxed to death. So, these companies would be buying land just for the taxes. These people can't pay the taxes, so it would go up to auction. So these companies were getting like land for pennies on the dollar, developing it, and this land would be worth millions of dollars. So this is something that's been happening, for quite some time to Black landowners. And, a lot of times, the lawyers that they would get to represent them would be in on the deal. So, they weren't getting good representation, or the representation would be like, just kind of half-hearted, lose the land, the lawyer representing them would get a cut. This is just, I didn't know this sort of stuff happened in the North. Definitely happened in the South. Just amazing and so sad. And Bruce's Beach out in California, another good example where, this Black family owned literal beachfront property on the Pacific in Manhattan Beach, California, that area. And the Bruce family, Bruce's Beach, got swindled out of the land by eminent domain. And I don't even think the family got any money. It was just they didn't want to sell. So eventually they were just kind of strong-armed off by eminent domain. And just in the past maybe 5 years, Gavin Newsom, as a matter of fact, was behind restoring the land back to the family after like 70 years or something. And then, they gave it back to the family, and then the family leases it back to the city for rent. But this family literally, I think they got like $20 million, some ungodly sum. But think of the generational wealth. It was a resort. It was like a Black resort. This family lost all kinds of generational wealth. Imagine the kids they could have sent to college, the businesses that could have been spawned from the land. Just a mess. California was able to kind of go back and make the family as close to whole as they could. But then you think of places like Tulsa and other places where, basically these people got nothing for property they had to abandon because they would have been killed otherwise, or families would have been threatened and that sort of thing. So this is stuff that people don't know, and they don't know it by design. This is why history is so important. People just think that, black people just never had anything, that sort of thing. And, these younger people just have no clue, what has happened to, earlier generations in their family. And, again, it's by design. If you don't teach it, people don't know. And then you get stuff like, oh, well, blacks have always been, tap dancers, or blacks have always been shiftless and all this stuff. Bruce's Beach, for instance, these people lost out on like close to like Rockefeller money, millions and millions of dollars just kind of went up in smoke.
Yeah, and that goes to
yes, black people actually think black people never had anything. Yes, Webster. If you're not taught that you knew it, like CKJ3, you just learning about this millionaire who had like all kinds of property. CKJ literally just wouldn't be aware of it if his grandmother. Was it your grandmother, your mother?
No. So my grandmother she didn't tell me about this guy, but she did own property where Cleveland Clinic was at. Like she used to tell me, like when I was a kid, like
yes,
you could ask her, like she kept the property for like into the 80s, until they finally, I guess they must have gave her a number that she couldn't refuse, so she took the money and she bought a multifamily on the opposite side of town where she moved to.
Mm-hmm.
So I knew that part, but I didn't know like this guy, Stanley. They say he owned like he had like 30 businesses. He was employing like 700 people. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's
a corporation.
Yeah, and like for him to do that, you talk about pulling yourself up by the bootstraps. That's what he did. Came up here 19 years old from the South. Yeah, he made his money. I mean, at that time, that's what he was doing at that time. But like it's another video I watched. The guy that he won the money from, the guy wanted to keep betting. And he was like, man, no, man, I'm done. I'm about to go buy some real estate. And if you know, like the history here, we had the, I think first it was like the Huff riots. And then after the Huff riots, it was she mentioned like the Glenville shootout. So you had all these properties that were like abandoned. So he took that money and the things that John talked about, he did it in the 60s.
Right.
Property, rebuilt it, created jobs. He did it. And just to have it taken away from you for nothing and you don't get nothing out the deal, like Stanley, like he will be like he at least have like 100 million by now. He should, or more. I'm talking that is if you see like that area down there, it is prime real estate in the city of Cleveland, Ohio. Like it's prime real estate. And like I knew it was something when she said that I think she said she went to the New York Times, and when they reached out to Cleveland Clinic didn't want to talk about it. There's a reason why.
Let me tell you something. Believe it or not, part of the farm that my family owns down in South Georgia, the property that adjoined it, there was a guy who was like in his 80s probably. I've met him a few times, lived up in North Carolina, but he had property in South Georgia that was family property. And if my father hadn't been like, the guy called my father and said, hey, look, this is they're about to take this land away. The guy was like in his 80s. They're going to take this land for taxes. And it was like, I don't know, it's like 80 acres of land that they were basically going, the county was going to take it because he couldn't come up with $10,000. And luckily, my father was able to swing it, and my father wound up purchasing the property. But this happened all the time, to old people, 85. I'm retired, I don't have that kind of money. They would get behind on taxes. And then lo and behold, the family didn't have, the cash. And these farms would go up at auction for pennies on the dollar. So this is something that, a lot of people don't think about, but, I'm just old enough to kind of know about this sort of stuff. Now you know about this sort of stuff. And things are way better, in 2025 than they were 40, 50 years ago. But, like Webster says here, I mean, there were people who were doing well. And for one reason or another, now a lot of times it was just negligence. People just didn't know the ins and outs of property ownership. So sometimes it wasn't always corruption that took it. Sometimes it was just, hey, these people just don't know better. But stuff like this it's not uncommon. Redlining is one thing, but there's a whole nother, category of real estate that, Black people would lose property, the the parents are like old, in their 80s, or they died. And then the underlying paperwork, the deeds and all this stuff would be kind of shaky. And, people would lose it because, hey, you know what? I have no idea where the deed is. Somehow or another, paperwork gets lost. Variety of reasons. But bottom line is that there was some prosperity back in the past, agricultural sort of prosperity. So, if you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah, and also too, you like I said, after the Huff Rise and the Glenville shootout, she mentioned a little bit the white flight, they moved out. So you have a guy that took advantage of it. Okay, well, let me buy up the property. They don't want it. I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna redo it. And then you have the so-called the white flight back into it. Oh well, I'm just gonna take it now. When originally you owned the property before, you left it. So he bought it.
Right. Well, Webster, just so you know, sometimes this happens when they gentrify some of these neighborhoods. So, there are a lot of ways people lose land. Some of it is swindle, some of it is corruption, some of it is just, hey, I don't know better.
Stanley, who is he calling crybabies?
Oh, I have no clue. I don't know who the they he's talking about.
Who was crying?
I don't know what he's. There were no communist revolutionaries on the Sea Islands of South Carolina or in South Georgia. Like, the old man that my father bought that property from, he wasn't a communist revolutionary. And we're talking, this dude was 80 something in the 80s. So, I mean, this guy was born like right at the turn of the 20th century. So, there weren't a whole lot of communist revolutionaries in South Georgia back in like the 30s and 40s. That was more or less a big city thing. What's up, badass? So, I don't know. I guess we could go back. I actually have another black fatigue thing, but I see John's got his traveling circus over there. He started up a show, and most everybody's over there.
I would like to hear John take and how he would spin this, because I know he's.
Well, I sent the video over for him and Portia to have a look at.
And I wonder if I don't know where the lady stays. I know she mentioned she stays in Texas. I wonder if Portia can reach out to her.
That would be actually a good thing.
She said she lives in Texas now. So
Email her. I put the video in for her and John. I know Portia saw it. So
okay.
Between me and you, we'll see if maybe it would be nice to you and me or Portia and you or somebody, interview her. Because I'm sure you must have questions being a Cleveland native. You probably have all kinds of good questions.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, Stanley, I wish I could go down there and show you. Maybe one day I'll drive through and drive through and I can show y'all what it looked like now. Like it's me knowing what it looks like now, Stanley, is sad, man. It's a sad story, man, because when I'm telling you it's prime real estate, that guy should be living in a no nursing home being broke right now. If he owns all that property, and I'm saying, Cleveland Clinic, they have tons of money. People donate to them. It's crazy. It's crazy. And like I said, Cleveland Clinic, they actually bought my great grandmother's old house. I mean, it's not there no more because they developed the whole area down there. But I have somebody close to me that actually sold something to Cleveland Clinic, so they were buying up everything down there. And I mean, you don't have to sell if you own the property. You doing what you got to do is yours. But just to take it from because of $425, that is crazy. That's crazy.
Okay, Webster, I don't know where you get these ideas. Huey P. Newton was never like a property owner. A lot of this communist revolutionary stuff you're talking about, those people were more like, people who grew up in urban areas. Booker T. Washington, what he did with Tuskegee, that was like rural Alabama. So, those communist revolutionaries you're talking about, believe it or not, Clarence Thomas was one of them. At least back in the early 70s before he kind of turned it around. You do realize that Clarence Thomas had a Black Power. He had some Black Power roots. If you've ever read an autobiography, he's got an autobiography, and then there's at least one biography I've read of him.
He says it in his documentary.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, I showed the documentary quite a while ago.
In his documentary, he was. Yep.
Yeah. So, not all those communist revolutionaries, some of them actually wound up with positions of responsibility. Yeah, well, you know what? Booker T. Washington was a good guy, but I'm not really into his aesthetic. Let's see here. Let's see what John's up to.
Fucking nice neighborhood.
At least
you got white people who wouldn't have.
Here's your Booker T. Washington guy.
No, I'm told that this 85-year-old woman is doing okay despite hitting her head here on the pavement. Now, we're told by Chicago police that they are looking, hoping that there's some better surveillance or security cameras that possibly captured a better look at this guy's face. Reporting live off the Mag Mall tonight, Jamont Terry, CBS 2 News.
Hey.
Brad and Erica.
Jeff, when you listen, somebody say, I grew up in one of the worst areas, worst place in America. What made it so bad? Like, my lovely lady Lisa, we were talking this morning. I was like, all the things you want in the neighborhood, blacks couldn't provide that. Safe, peaceful. So you had to come to where the people could provide that. And you got to be honest with yourself that you can't live around blacks because of the things that you desire. They can't provide. So you refuse to do it. You can wrap it around your mind. You can say, well, I'm gonna wrap my mind around I just like this and I like that. And I just chose what I like. But deep down, you got to come to grips with your people cannot create the neighborhood that you bought in.
Yeah, I don't.
Let's listen to the niggas.
I don't get
Freezy
John's like.
Early this morning, I saw Brave up there. That's what piqued my interest. Because the nigga's retarded, in my opinion.
So defeatist.
And one of the niggas was saying that he was arguing with me that PG County is still the richest black county, but it dipped.
That's not what the guy was saying.
On why it
John
dipped.
called PG County
No, it's not the richest
poor,
black county.
and the
You know
guy
why?
said,
PG
no,
County is
it's
right in
not
my
poor.
back door.
This guy
I walk out my back door. I go
not
probably less than
there
2 miles. I'm in
fully
PG
well.
County. Cross the line. Used to live
Nobody
there.
nobody
First moved
said
there, I moved to
PG
PG
County
County,
was
and that's the
the
reason why I
richest
moved the
county.
fuck out of there.
The guy said PG
And he
County
did
is
not
poor,
understand
and
why
it's not
the
poor.
county dipped from being the richest to the second richest or whatever black county. He had to look away from that. He had to act like that shit wasn't true.
No.
And that is the
Not
black
quite how it
it's
happened,
almost
John.
like people keep saying it's a psychosis. They say things like bad schools. Nigga, what made school bad? A school ain't nothing but a fucking building. Is it bad in the summertime when school is out? Huh? Is crime happening at the school when school is out? Otherwise, nigger, stop. Don't ever type that shit in my chat a fucking again. Bad school. Don't ever fucking come up here and say it ever fucking again. I don't give a fuck if everybody leave this motherfucker. There's no such thing as a bad school. We're gonna clear that shit up right now.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as a bad fucking neighborhood. We're gonna clear that
What?
shit up.
I don't feel like hearing that nigger shit. I swear, man. It gets difficult to listen to that stuff sometimes.
John needs to just go out there and show us how to do it.
Yeah.
Show us.
Yeah.
If you got this,
I'm
show us how to do it. Show us.
Yeah, well, I don't really care how to do it. I don't, it'd be interesting to watch, but I think that if he thought Be Brave, like I said, Be Brave had a couple good points, but the problem with Be Brave is what he led with his white privilege today. And thank God it wasn't my panel, because he probably wouldn't have lasted past his first outburst. It could be difficult to watch it at some points.
I didn't even catch it. I didn't even see
it started off, the first 2 or 3 hours were actually pretty productive, and then it just kind of went down.
I ain't get on to of it. What was the topic?
It wasn't like earth shattering. Basically, Be Brave came up there and, pushing the same narrative that John does, that nobody wants to live around blacks. And the problem is who gives a fuck what white people want? Okay, if I go and I buy a house in a neighborhood and I like the house, I don't give a fuck whether white people want to live around me or not. If I like the house, I'm going to buy the house. And if the white people want to move away, let them move away. Now, John's point is that, well, if the white people move away, the property value is going to come down. And I'm going to be honest with you. If I actually like the house, I don't give a fuck about the property value. I know in 20 years, it's going to be worth more than it was when I buy it, more than likely. And if the goal, and some people want to say, hey, I'm going to move into this house 5 years, build it up, get some equity, and then flip it and move on. If that's your goal, great. But I'm not a real estate developer.
Yeah. That's for people who like real estate, like, because a lot of times your value goes up, your taxes goes up. So a lot, like, I'm gonna give you an example, Stanley. They just passed here in our county, across the board, everybody taxes went up and value went up 30%. And they gave people the option to deny it. You got to go to court and show them why your house is not worth this amount and stuff like that. So you have a lot of people here who they don't want their house to go up in value because your taxes going up. They don't want to pay that extra money.
Right.
And it just randomly out the blue because the county said that it's worth this now. So Some people want it, some people don't want it. Majority of people don't want it because they don't want to pay more money for something that they already
Right.
own. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
you got to see it from both sides. Now, if I'm a real estate developer or investor, yeah, I want that value because I can make more money off of it, and I could go 1031 exchange and buy another property, which it makes sense if I'm a real estate investor. But John and them has to understand, like, John, you do real estate. Everybody doesn't do real estate, so they're not looking at
But
it from.
no, you know what? And I feel so horrible and so just unproductive. I'm just not a business guy. You know, I call me lazy, and you would be right in doing so.
It's not
I
lazy.
just
That's
want to
just
get
not.
a house.
It's not
I
you.
just want to get a house and hang out and raise a family.
And I think that's majority of people, Stanley. They want to get a house, you know, marry, have kids, have their kids somewhere to have a backyard, front yard, and they just want to live life. Go to work, come home, and just enjoy themselves. That's the majority of the people. Everybody doesn't have to be an entrepreneur. Everybody doesn't want to be an entrepreneur. It is what it is.
And you know what? Now again, now it is also the case that I am actually you know, especially, you know, in my particular situation, I don't even know that I'm going to be here. You know, at some point, it's very possible I may wind up moving back to Savannah, and you know that, you know, I'll end where I began. But even if I go back to Savannah, you know, there's my grandmother's house, which my father and brother originally were going to do Airbnb it. And as it turned out, they never got around to it because when my mother got sick, it was where, you know, the kids and their families would go stay, rather than crowding into, you know, the house I grew up in. You know, you put two families in that house, you know, it just wouldn't be convenient for, you know, me and, you know, the kids and everybody to stay there when my mother was like majorly ill. It was just easier, you know, since my brother and father, it probably took them like 2 years to basically, they gutted the house, redid it, you know, stripped it down to bare bones basically, and then rebuilt it. It's really nice. And then my father replaced, you know, we had like a carriage house type garage that had been there for damn near probably 50 years almost. My father just fucking like demolished it and built a brand new structure, big enough for 2 cars. And basically, there are no cars on the property generally, because sometimes during the week it's unoccupied. You know, it'll be occupied on the weekends, but in that garage is like a major fucking workshop. I mean, it's big enough to put a tractor in. So, but my father and brother are into that sort of stuff. Me, nah, I'm not. You know, I'll build a computer from scratch, but you know, getting out there and remodeling a house or something like that, yeah, I could do it, but I don't find it particularly fun. But bottom line is, like this house, you know, at some point I could very well see, because I'm the only unmarried one, you know, so I'm the natural choice, you know, since my son is out of the house most of the time. I would be the one to go and take care of my father when the time comes. So not everyone is just, you know, entrepreneurial. And again, I feel like a schlub, but you know, it is what it is. You know, if I had to do it, I would. So I don't know. Let's see. How long have I been on? This has been about 3 hours. I don't know. Probably I'll just go ahead and end this, and everybody can just go over to John's and see what he's doing. And I have no idea what I'm going to do today.
Same thing he does every day, Stanley. I said the same thing he does every day.
Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. He enjoys doing it. The stuff I have will keep because I'm going to do the overnight show. So, the videos I have are more or less black fatigue, but by the time the show comes around in the morning, I probably these two actually was Fred sent me a couple of these black fatigue videos. This one's an hour. Let's see how long is the other one? I think that one was shorter. Because this video is actually kind of the opposite of the black fatigue videos that are more pro black fatigue. This one is black fatigue part 2. This one's shorter. Let's see what this is about. Because it looks like that's a picture of Atlanta. Let's see here.
Scary moments for a couple in Illinois. They were ambushed by robbers while coming home from dinner. Doorbell video shows the moment when the suspects pointed guns in their faces. Authorities say 3 armed suspects got away with some clothing, jewelry, including the man's wedding band. Police are still looking for those suspects who got away in a Jaguar SUV. The man credits his Navy training for keeping calm.
I don't know how many times I have to say this. I do not care about black crime spilling in the white communities. I do not care. I do not care. I do not care. Why don't I care? Because of everything the white community has done to the black community. Y'all could have been dealing with Gizmo, but instead now you got to deal with gremlins. You got to deal with niggas. I don't know what you don't understand about this. Like this whole idea and concept of black fatigue. And for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, I had somebody who came over, says he's like a 23-year-old white male, and like, I don't even know what to believe at this point, because I do think that you do have white people who are too young to actually know the history, because we already know it's not taught in school. Like I said before, when it comes to white people want to start American history, especially American black history, in 1985. They don't want to go back any further than that. And these are the same people that run around and claim that they love history so much. Oh, they don't want you to take down the freaking this statue and this World War II statue and this Civil War statue. Oh, they don't want to take down. Oh, the Founding Fathers statue. Oh, we're going to go all the way back to before the Revolutionary War. But somehow when it comes to black history prior to 1980,
that's a point I've been struggling to make. They are very selective in their memory. They'll want to keep the Robert E. Lee statues and all that stuff. They want to keep all the good parts, all the good white parts. And then occasionally you'll get a Frederick Douglass or some, black success story, but they just want to blot out, all the all the stuff that doesn't fit into that exceptionalism narrative.
1985, y'all don't want to talk about that. Okay. The bottom line is the white community has done everything in its power to cripple the black community, in particularly black men. I don't know when you talk about all this idea of black people, so-called self-regulating, and black men need to control the youth in the black community. We can't. I'll say that point blank, period. We can control black youth no more than the white oligarchs can control young white men when they're not offering anything, right? When young white men are not gainfully employed, what happens to young white men? They gravitate towards white supremacist groups. They get radicalized. They end up shooting up schools. They turn into mass shooters because they're mad at the world. What else goes on with white males? They join militia groups, anti-government groups. That's what happens.
I might just replay this for Be Brave to get a hold of in the morning. I want him to replay this video on his show.
When the society doesn't feed the wolves. So why is it any different in the black community? Black elders, older black men, they don't control the economic landscape of the community, right? White supremacy has successfully blocked black men out of being economically relevant to the members of their own community that they're supposed to, provide and take care of. That be their women and their children. So when you have the children that grow up and dad is not able to provide, what is the reason why they should respect the father, respect the men in the community, right? Like if you're a white man and you're racist and white men control the economic infrastructure, right? White men control the economic infrastructure, right? Do I have to argue that point? When you go and you look at all the Fortune 500 companies, right? White men control the economic infrastructure. Now, if white men are discriminating against black men, right, when it comes to that economic infrastructure being able to be gainfully employed in the private sector, that means what? Black men have no resources to bring back to their communities and maintain it or build it up. They have nothing to offer the young men in their own communities, right? And you'll say, oh, well, black people, why do y'all have to go and get jobs from white people? Why can't you create your own job? Black people already did that shit. Black men already did that shit. And what the fuck did white people do? See, this is the part that y'all don't want to talk about. When white people control the economic infrastructure, right? We had an apartheid country, right? White people over here, black people over there. So black people had to create their own. They had to supplement whatever they weren't getting from the white corporate infrastructure. They had to create on their own, which was actually advantageous to black people because then you ended up with black banks and black pharmacies and black grocery stores and a whole black infrastructure that black people controlled. The downside of that when it comes to white supremacy is the fact that they can now not control those black people in those situations. They have less control. See, the whole thing, when you talk about the welfare state and you talk about, black people being dependent, that is a mechanism of control by the hands of white supremacy. They don't want black independence. They don't want black self-sufficiency. If you go back and you look at all the videos of Malcolm X and Medgar Evers and all these black intellectuals in the 1960s, they were looking for black independence, at least the majority of them. But white supremacy didn't want black independence because black independence means that they can't control it. The so-called smart white people, the elite white people, would rather have a situation where black people were dependent on them. Yeah, it would cost them in terms of, freaking the money that they're throwing out, which the working class white people are like, oh my God, my tax dollars. But the elite white people are like, no. We'd rather have them be dependent than be independent because when they're independent, we have no fucking leverage. So this is why they did everything in their power to undermine the black community. Oh, when black men went off and they had their own business districts like Black Bottom in Detroit, what did they do? They ran fucking I-375 right through the motherfucker, right? When you had a Central Ave in Tampa, what did they do? They ran I-4 right through the motherfucker, right? Goes from Tampa all the way up to Orlando and ends at like Daytona Beach. Right? Ran the highway right. Why didn't they run the shit through the white community? Because they weren't going to do that, right? You got Robert Moses, that designed, many of the highways on the East Coast, made low bridges going out to Long Island so that the buses couldn't go out there because they didn't want niggas on going to the beach, right? So you've blocked out black men, both in terms of establishing their own businesses and providing for their own community and the occupational hierarchy. You blocked them out of both. So at that point, you might as well say you don't want black people to exist. It's not a matter of, behavior. Again, you don't want them in the corporate spaces. You don't want to have to offer them economic opportunities, right? There's some white people who will say we only want to offer economic opportunities to our own, or we're only going to benefit our own first. Okay, fine. But then when black people go off and try to create their own, you undercut that. So what is left? Nothing. So at that point, deal with these fucking Glocks in your face. Deal with these home invasions. Deal with these carjackings. See, what you want is you want a well-behaved, poor black populace. You're not going to get that. You're not going to get that. You're going to get young black men, young black teenagers running up in your shit. Running up in your shit. And at the very worst case scenario, a black insurgency. That's what the fuck you're going to get. You know, like, I'm tired of white people talk like you literally suck all the oxygen out of the room, and then you stand there talking about why can't you breathe? You attack it from both ends, right? You say, oh, black people, oh, why don't you create your own? Why are you out here begging for a job? Yo, black people go and create their own, and then you run highways through the bitch, or you burn the community down for whatever fucking flimsy ass justification you can come up with. And then you're surprised that today you got to deal with niggas. You're surprised about that shit. Take these motherfucking carjackings. Take these motherfucking home invasions. I do not care. I don't care what the YNs are doing. I don't care what the young niggas are doing. You're not going to see me online. See, there was a point in time where I would have been one of the voices been like, oh, and black people, you know, we have to do better and blah, 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 blah. That would have been me when I first came online. But after being online for all of these years and breaking this shit down and doing my own research and studying and all the history and everything else, I see that basically white people just don't want black people to exist. You know, and they're too cheap and they're too lazy to send the black people back to Africa like they should have after slavery ended. You guys create your own problems because you don't deal with it when you should have dealt with it. You don't want to pay rep.
Well, in all fairness, black people didn't want to go back to Africa.
Reparations. You don't want to send the black people back to Africa. You don't want to hire them, but you don't want them to create their own economic opportunities to where they would be competing against your businesses in the economic marketplace. Fuck you. Take these motherfucking carjackings. Take that shit. Take these robberies. Take these motherfucking home invasions. I'm like, what do you want us to do? I mean, you might as well just say it. We just want black people to die and not exist. That's what we want. That's literally what you want. Because you don't want to hire black men so that they can provide for their families, since you want to talk about Judeo-Christian patriarchal orientation. You don't want to do that. Then when it comes to black men, you know, trying to establish their own communities, you don't want them doing that either because you can't control it. Even if they do it like way over there, you say, oh, black people, you know, y'all, we need to separate and y'all need to go way over there. But when black people go way over there, you seem to not be able to leave them the fuck alone. You just can't leave them alone. You're like the fucking vampires in Sinners. The niggas go and they create their own shit. They got the juke joint. They're like, okay, we're doing this just for black people since white people got the shit excluded. Like my man at the door said, y'all got, or who said it? It was a smoke. You know, y'all got freaking, you know, the whole of Jackson, Mississippi, or wherever the hell it, Biloxi, Mississippi. Y'all got the whole literal city to go to where y'all can do your little shindig and do your Irish jig food. And you know what's going to happen in the future when you all decide to finally wake up and be like, oh, the blacks were right, and fucking and raise up.
Yeah, that's a little too ranty for my taste. Because I can't imagine that he's not going to repeat himself. Let's have a look at this one.
It might hurt you. Hope you don't know.
Inconceivable. That has consequences. It's the same thing with the way that the Europeans are bitching about, oh, there's so many immigrants in Europe. The equity of homes, they weren't able to buy into, you know, the sub.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of ranting. Like that's going to do a whole lot of good. Huh?
This is the same guy. He's making. Okay.
There's a part. This is someone that Freddie put in this political Discord for me.
Mm-hmm.
He says it's hilarious. It doesn't. It doesn't sound that funny. You know, the thing is I'm not really into all that ranting, because that really doesn't do any more good than
the opposite side.
The opposite, yeah.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah, this
what?
black fatigue just came out of nowhere. Like a lot of stuff I don't see. 'Cause, I mean, like I said, it's all algorithm driven, and like my algorithm just doesn't. I'm looking at it more like investments and stuff like that. So
Well, my algorithm is like I used to brag that it's one of the best algorithms out there because I get all kinds of political stuff. And this is you know who what's her name? Brianna Joy Gray is. She was Bernie Sanders. Here, let me get to the right place. She was Bernie Sanders communications director. Really smart woman, Harvard educated. I think her parents were professors. And in a way, she kind of reminds me of me, or, people kind of like me. She's never been to the hood either. And she's a progressive, but I don't know. I like her. She's cute and she's smart also. But this is something. The title of this show is "Why is Race Science Popular with Neoliberals, the Tech Right, and probably right populists?" I'll bet. Let's see here. Yeah, right populists. I got that right. I'm going to listen to a little bit of this. If it's not interesting, I am going to sign off, because not that I have a whole lot to do today, but I'm sure I could find something to do. My son's up in Tennessee with my wife's father. Apparently, they just decided to go up there. He lives in the Oak Ridge area. There's really good freshwater fishing up there.
They drove up there, Stanley?
Yeah, they drove.
What's the distance, the drive distance?
It's a good 5 hours.
Okay. See, I can do 5 hours. Anything over 5, I hate driving. I mean,
I can't do anything. And this is when I was young, like going from Norfolk to Savannah was about 8 hours.
Yeah.
Newport to Savannah is like 16 hours. And I used to stop at Quantico, spend overnight at the BOQ and then do the second leg of 8 hours. I do not like driving long distance.
Yeah, my brother's been trying to get me out to South Carolina, and I'm like, man, I don't know. I don't want to take that trip. He said, man, come on, drive it. You can drive it. I said, I can, but do I want to drive it?
Yeah, exactly. Though I don't know, I haven't done a really long distance I did for one Thanksgiving. We drove from Front Royal, Virginia. Actually, it was actually Chantilly, Virginia, all the way down to Atlanta, where we to my sister's house, where we met my parents and my brother and everybody at my sister's house one Thanksgiving. And my wife liked to drive, and I liked for her to drive because I don't know, it's this weird thing. Like, I used to call my wife Bill the cat. Have you ever seen those Bill the cat things where you stick it to the rear window? It's like the plush toy with the suction cups. You remember Bill the cat? You remember what is it, Bloom County, the cartoon strip?
No. Mm-mm.
Well, yeah, you might be a little too young, but there was this alley cat who just looked like Scruffy, and he was a spastic alley cat. He would be like, you make a noise in the cartoon strip and he would just spaz out. Like, you know how cats.
Come on, in
You ever
black and white. It was like black and white, a black
No,
and white.
no, it was a regular black and white strip during the week, but they had that big color, the funny papers I used to call them. The big cartoon edition. I don't even know if they do those sorts of things anymore with all the color cartoons. You'd have like Peanuts and Blondie and all those old cartoons. Well, Bloom County was one of them, and it was really popular when I was in high school. But Bill the Cat was like a spastic cat. If you've ever seen like a cat when it gets scared, it just kind of like it'll jump, like just real, it's real spastic. Well, my wife was like that. If you're driving along and you have to do a quick curve or go around, like I don't know, like a dead animal or something, she would get jumpy. She'd go, this, and it used to drive me crazy. And it was better when she.
Stanley, when you used to drive with your wife, do she like try to like kind of like tell you how to drive, but she doesn't?
So that was part of it
doesn't
too.
never want to drive. And my wife is like that, so she be like, "I'm like, you always saying something about how I'm
What's
driving,
up, Kimmy?
how I'm driving or whatever, but you never want to drive. Like you never want to drive."
Oh, well, see, my wife, it was a marriage of convenience because my wife liked to drive.
Oh,
And
okay.
I
So
like for her to drive because she'd get real jumpy. And it was better when she drove because, if she has to go around something, these sudden movements.
Stanley, I have a problem. I can't ride with people. I have to be. I think it's like kind of like that control factor that I have. Like I have to drive. Like so, I guess
You
my
know
wife
what?
used to me always driving, but
I hate
I can't
driving.
I can't ride with people. I would rather be in control if something happens.
Nope, I'm okay. She liked to drive. I didn't like to drive. So, she would do the majority just by preference.
Okay.
But I remember because I did most of the driving on this trip. We went down to Atlanta, and on the way back, we caught the University of Georgia traffic on the way to Atlanta. I'm sorry. If you go through Atlanta on the west side of Atlanta, you hang a right and you'll be going down to Athens. We caught a football weekend for the Georgia traffic. And then when we went through Virginia, we caught the effing UVA traffic. So it took us damn near like 14 hours to go from Atlanta back to Fairfax, Virginia. Shouldn't have taken us that long. And then my son was maybe 3. And I swore we stopped at a McDonald's. You know what? As a matter of fact, my son was still in diapers. I remember that. I swear to God, CK, I almost just fucking abandoned him at McDonald's. I'm like, you know what? I swore I would never go on a long drive with my son and my wife again. He was just fidgety in the back seat, and my wife was grumpy, and we were stuck in 2 different football games. I swear, I think it was maybe right around Richmond, Virginia. We stopped at a McDonald's, and I swear I almost just left him. I thought seriously, you know what? I'm just going to leave these 2 here, and I'm just going to go back. I'm going to go back.
Yeah, we drove down there.
Low.
Yeah, like I think it was 2 years ago. No, it was my son. Maybe my son was 3 now, so I think he was 1. But the part that I hate is as soon as you get to DC, I hate driving through DC before you get to Virginia. It's so much traffic.
Were you on 95? Or were you on 66?
What? I don't know. I really don't know. I just know
You go from 81 over to 95. You had to go through DC.
You gotta go through DC. Yeah, I gotta go through DC. Yeah.
You were coming from the Midwest. You probably took 81, or maybe I think it's 81 But yeah, if you have to take 66 from like close to West Virginia all the way over to 95, yeah, that's miserable. The traffic is just almost always bad, even at night. But I swear, driving with little kids is just not that pleasant. So let's see what old Brianna's got here. Kimmy, hit the link if you want. Or Frost if you want to. So this is race science popular with neoliberals, the tech right, and the right populace. And this is basically into that anti-black territory, where blacks are just deficient genetically for behavior and other bad habits.
Welcome to Bad Faith Podcast. For the first time, Professor Quinn Slobodian. He is a professor of international history at Boston University and the author of a number of books, most recently, Hayek's Bastards, Race Gold, IQ, and the Capitalism of the Far Right. Welcome to Bad Faith Podcast.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
So I not only had an opportunity to get into your book, but to also listen to a number of other interviews you've done most recently on the book. And I have come to the conclusion in my prep this morning that I would like this to differ from those insofar it's more of an applied Slobodian.
Okay.
And in the way that we talk about applied math or other applied sciences, that I want
You still there, Stanley?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going through my soliloquy here. I was saying that's so nice of you, Kim, the compliment. And, part of the reason I don't get that heavy is, part of it is age, but then I have CKJ3s, I have Brooklyn Watsons, I have Portia, people who are young and doing very well for themselves. And I'm not going to be bogged down in a bunch of body cam videos. I know there's more to life in the quote black community than what's going on any given day at a Walmart. So I will stay positive as long as I can.
Want to start obviously with a conversation about your ideas, but then to talk about them more specifically in the context of our current political moment. We had a guest maybe a month or so ago, Anita Say-Chan, who had written this book, Predatory Data, that subtitled Eugenics and Big Tech and Our Fight for an Independent Future, which engages with some of the similar ideas about why it is that there is this growing interest, ever present, but it seems exponentially growing interest among far-right movements and what we call sort of race science, skull measuring, phrenology, the kind of things that we sort of thought that Stephen Jay
Phrenology,
Gould
not
had put to
phrenology.
bed in the 90s, but which are becoming more popular, even entering the realm of pop music with Kanye's extremely unnerving latest hit, Heil Hitler. This is how mainstream this stuff is becoming.
Wait, have you heard that song?
Stanley, I don't pay attention to Kanye. I'm not gonna. I'm at the point, Stanley, to where I can't listen to nonsense anymore. I can't. I
Yeah,
can't.
I know what you mean.
Like I can't hear it no more. Like, or like if I'm at work, like if you're not on while I'm at work, I may tune into like John or like CT every now and then. But once it gets to a point to where like I gotta cut it off. Like I can't. It's like I'm the fool for listening to it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want
Right.
to. I don't want to.
Yeah, well, especially as someone with young kids, you just don't need all that negativity. I can remember when my son, the wonderful thing about young kids is there's just like a vitality. They have a future, and you as a parent get to help them realize their future. That's actually exciting stuff.
Yeah.
What's up, Frost?
What's up, Stanley? Salute. Hey, salute because who has on the panel that I don't know his name.
Hold on one sec. Let me see. Can I help you out with your mic here? It's kind of spotty. Try it now.
What's up, Stanley? Salute.
It's
shout out to that's on the panel that I never heard of.
Well, wait, hold it. You got like a really your try it now. I'm playing with the settings because it's real kind of like in and out. It's real spotty.
All right, I'll jump off and jump back on.
Wait, hold it. That's better. Or it was. Can you hold your microphone closer to you?
Oh, you talking about my microphone?
Yes, that's great. Right there.
Right. All right. Anyway, salute.
How you been?
Oh, you already know, man. Maintaining.
Well, good. I was on Benji's channel. I guess it's been almost a month now. I should start coming around there more, but I listen, but I don't. Sometimes I'm too busy to get into the chat. But I get in there every now and again to hear what's going on in the old neighborhood. So how is Boston? I take it it's warmed up or what shit. You're not in Boston, you're outside of it. Can't even remember where now.
So
how's it?
No. So you know what I'm saying? If the Lakers aren't in the playoffs, I'm gonna root for Boston. Let's start from the beginning. Huh?
What? Well, Boston's no
guess what
longer
happened?
there. I do know that.
Yeah,
What's that?
Guess what happened? Yeah, guess what happened? So I'm not
What
rooting
happened?
for Boston. So who I'm rooting for are the original individuals that really been through so much pressure and pain, and now they're outside. And yeah, that's my job to not promote bullshit. And let's start from the beginning. I mean, hey, I was on your panel like 20 minutes ago, and I heard somebody saying some weird ass shit, and I'm sitting there like, do you believe in the weird shit that you are professing out of your mouth?
Well, wait, hold
Never.
it. On this show?
Yeah,
Or was
yeah.
it John
No,
Galt run?
no, it was just a little bit earlier. Because
Oh,
number
okay.
one, hey, Stanley, hey, I'm nationwide. You mean to tell me I ain't touched down on the West Coast, East Coast, Midwest, down south? I ain't put it down in a major way. And here's the cold part. We got some people that have no clue as to what Stanley does. Cause Stanley's not gonna fuck with no buster, number one. Hey, let's start from the beginning though. And I'm not even trying to promote anything. Hey, I just love your intelligence, homie.
Oh, well,
Hey,
thanks.
yeah, man. Come on, man. I mean, we gotta get greater than the things that people promote and put in our side our brain. Like, you mean to tell me you promoted this, you indoctrinated me with this, and I found out it was some bullshit? Oh, you mad at me? Right. Yeah, that part, man. And like I said, man, Boston, LA, Midwest, down south. Yeah, put it down. And guess what? I ain't never ran behind no motherfucking nothing. Hey, and guess what happened? They said Frost put it down so hard in Atlanta, he started a whole movement. I said, no, I didn't start no
You did.
movement. I did not. I don't even know what that movement's about. But you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, I ain't taking credit for none of that shit. Hey, but this is the environment. These people that I have no clue who the fuck they are. They put me in this certain environment and got upset when I rose up through the environment. They said, how is that possible? We
Well,
created
you know, where there's a will, there's a way.
Right. Hey, here's the cold part. These motherfuckers don't know I am a creator.
A YouTube creator.
No. Hey, Stanley. They took me out of class when I was in elementary school. They was like, nah, you too smart, cuz. You can't kick it with the homies. I said, what? Huh? So I built a program. It was a mathematic program. It was count to 10. So if you knew what 1 + 1 was, 2, you made a basket. And that's where I come from, Stan. That's it. No more, no less. And but we can still chop it up and everything. I just don't want to bore you, homie.
Oh well, that's okay. We've got this exciting video here talking about why race science is popular again, which baffles me. So let's see what my lovely Brianna Joy Gray. You know, I'm getting all these internet crushes.
And its embeddedness within the tech community in particular raises this question of how the tech giants that have inarguably bought the Trump administration and in a lot of ways are running our country is benefited from that kind of pseudo race science. So maybe we should start there. How is it that big tech is benefited from this movement? Why do you think that we're seeing this resurgence now?
Well, I'm sure this is something you got into with your other guest, and I don't know if you've ever interviewed Malcolm Harris, but he wrote this great book, Palo Alto, about the history of eugenic thought in the Valley and at Stanford in particular. So there is a good century now of thinking in the greater Bay Area about new forms of breeding, new forms of ranking people, and specifically how the mind can be both modeled and then ordinally assembled into a kind of a hierarchy into which you can plug, certain minds into certain parts of the circuitry based on their utility. So the long story of tech is about the analogizing of the mind to a computer in certain ways. And one of the stories I tell in my book is the rise of this idea of the information economy or the knowledge economy in the 1990s in the midst of the first .com boom. And in a way, we never left that. I mean, the US economy continues to be defined by the wealth and fortunes of a pretty small number of huge tech companies. And with that, I think has been brought a kind of new understanding of human hierarchy and human superiority and inferiority. which ranks people according to their usefulness for the machine. I mean, for lack of a better way of putting it. And IQ becomes the kind of generic way to talk about the utility of the human brain for the functioning and onward expansion of a computer-driven digital capitalism.
There is an argument that I think has a lot of traction, particularly on the left, that says something like, the nature of capitalism is that there is this excess labor force that you have to do something with or rationalize away. So having a racially pluralistic society where you have a subcomponent, a very neat 10% in America of the population that has historically been African American, that can be blamed for their own downward mobility, regardless of slavery, regardless of Jim Crow, creates a narrative that says it's not that capitalism is that bad, it's never going to happen to you, it's going to happen to this racialized other. You tell a story in your book about how that emerged as a necessity as we moved from a sort of imperial context, empire, to a more democratic context. And this was a tidbit that felt very kind of new to me, and which had useful explanatory value. That in empire, when you have complete and total domination, you don't have to explain yourself. You can course correct, fight it fiscally by implementing policies that are very detrimental to the masses to stabilize gold, et cetera. The value of gold, et cetera. But once you have democracy, suddenly you can get kicked out of office if you do things that are too detrimental to the interests of the working masses. Can you get into that a little bit in a little bit more detail? Because to me, it deepens this sort of, I think, accurate, but in some ways easily dismissible by people who don't care that much about race, argument about the role that race particularly has played historically in the United States.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of reflects one of the ways that I try to understand the ideology of the far right and the ideology of neoliberalism in general, both in this book and in my previous other couple books on the topic. And that is to think about it in terms of dialogic combat with opponents. So I think what neoliberalism is at any given time is often defined, or I would say always defined, in terms of what it sees to be the primary threat to capitalist stability. And the book I wrote 2 books ago is called Globalists, and it put together the end of empire with the birth of neoliberalism, which probably wouldn't always line up in most people's minds because it would seem like 2 different stories. Like on the one hand, the history of decolonization, and then on the other hand.
Let me ask you a question. Like stuff like this, CK, is actually fascinating because I'm kind of into political philosophy and that sort of thing. What do you find this sort of stuff interesting at all?
Somewhat.
Well, I was reading the last post that Kimmy wrote, which quite frankly, I agree with her. The morning shows, tend to be kind of newsy, but I've been kind of hesitating to do things like fishing and gardening and cooking. That stuff I actually like. I'm just always kind of aware. People around here just are so quick to say, well, that's like so feminine, or, why are you watching cooking videos or gardening videos? That's just so feminine, which to me, gardening, I don't know why that would be feminine. What do you think? Because I think Brooklyn is basically saying, hey, look, this particular show, the news I'm going to do no matter what, with the commentary. But, after the news stories are over, I don't have a problem with doing lighter stuff. I tend to want to watch stuff like this, which is kind of heavy.
I think she's talking about John, Stanley.
Well, yeah, but I mean, political philosophy can be kind of a downer.
No, she's talking about. I think she was over there on John's show,
She was.
Yeah, and I think it's just the everyday content of the same stuff about black people. Like I was telling you earlier, like I
Right.
can't listen to it. Like I can't. Like I just it doesn't make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? And it's like to speak about that every day, I think you have a problem.
Right.
You know, every day is you wake up and it's the blacks, the blacks, the blacks, the blacks, and it's a particular type of black. But you try to make it.
Oh, I know,
all black.
because to be honest, I can take about 10 or 15 minutes, but there's just more to life.
Yeah, it's I don't know, man. I think some people are just sick, man. Like the other day, I was listening to CT and I was at work, and he had a guy from South Africa on. He was talking about what's going on over there, and then you had like Savage, Bumpkin, and some other guy. They was trying to tell him about what's going on in South Africa, and he lives there.
Shoot! Oh my Lord!
They were telling him that he was lying. Now you got these people that never been to South Africa, never probably been outside of the country, probably never even been outside of their state, but telling the guy what's going on over there. He's the bad guy, and just like and they be so confident in speaking the way they speak, and it's just like it's
yeah,
crazy.
that is very scary.
Like it's crazy. This guy is telling you he lives in South Africa, and you're telling him what's going on.
Now, just out of curiosity, was he black or white?
No, he's a black South African.
Well, that's probably why they didn't believe him.
I mean,
I'm betting.
I know that's thing, but they like it's people they don't want to admit to why they feel or think the way that they feel. You know what I'm saying? Like, how can you have the confidence to tell somebody? That's like somebody telling me what's going on in Cleveland, and you never been to Cleveland.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what? I just the other day got told, well, Stanley, you need to be honest with yourself. I'm like, well, dude, I know my neighborhood. I literally live here, and I'm telling you, I live in a mixed neighborhood. To be honest, I didn't even know how mixed this neighborhood is. Well, your county's like, 70% white. I'm like, well, I don't live in the county. There are several cities in this county. In the city I'm living in,
right,
is roughly 50-50, just like my neighborhood. I live here, and these people are literally telling me about my neighborhood and have never been off of I-20. It's like, dude, have you ever even stopped in Carroll County? How would you know? So,
Sonny, I think we have all these experts of nothing. People are experts of nothing. They really are just experts of nothing. Nothing.
Well, I'm gonna actually, and I kind of get where Kim is coming from, and even I, since we don't do pop the balloon, much anymore. There's still some African dating games that I enjoyed. Just haven't really been. I've been putting them in my to watch list, but I haven't really been, doing much with them. So, what I'll do is make a little bit more of an effort just to keep it lighter in the morning. Because I mean, political philosophy like this, it's fascinating to me, but it's probably not fascinating to normal people. So, the news is good. I do have people that, have literally told me, well, I get a lot of the news of the day from listening to you, talk about these stories and, either reading them or getting the AI to do it. I think that's actually a good service, just so you have an idea, kind of what's going on nationally.
Yeah.
If nothing else, you might have something to talk about at the water cooler. But there's plenty of fishing, and they're just things that are a little bit more, a little bit lighter that I'll make a better effort to do. And I don't know, I'll listen to a little bit more of this. Apparently, my son's going to be here in a couple hours, so I probably need to maybe think about what I'm going to do for dinner. Hopefully, they stop and get something on the way, so I don't necessarily have to cook, and I can just eat leftovers.
He didn't call you and tell you what he want. That home cooked meal.
No, he texted me. Knowing him and his grandpa, they'll probably stop at McDonald's in Cartersville.
Okay.
They have this fascination. McDonald's.
He's eating pretty good on the campus food, right? You said they got a lot of variety.
Oh shoot! You know what? I haven't even been to that student center.
Oh, okay.
But he sent me a picture. The student center has this huge, panoramic view of the Atlanta skyline. I have to find that picture and show it to you. I was stunned. I'm like, damn, you can see, because it's the campus is in Midtown, but this window, it's got to be like a 20-foot tall window. And he was sitting there with his little Chick-fil-A or whatever it was, Subway or whatever it was, in the student center on a sofa, table in front of him. And he took a picture out this window. And I'm like, damn, I wish I'd gone to Georgia Tech.
Oh no, it's funny. I took a class when I was in the shipyards at OU, and man, they have all type of. It's it's all type of food restaurants there at ODU. It was real nice, real nice.
Oh shoot! Well, ODU, it's been probably 25 years since I've been there.
They redid a whole bunch down there. They developed.
Did they?
Yeah. They got a nice campus, man. It's a real nice campus. To me, it's real nice.
Well, it's a pretty nice campus when I was there. I can only imagine what it's like now.
It's real nice.
Did you ever make it down to Colley Street?
That's over there, and I remember seeing
Ghent.
Ghent. Yeah. They got a lot of nice mom and pop restaurants over there and off of that street.
Well, I used to live right at Colonial Avenue in Graydon.
Oh, okay.
I literally was a 10-minute walk from that arts theater, if it's still there. There was a place called the Colley Street Cantina. I literally lived in the mid. I lived like a 15, maybe 20-minute walk from the Chrysler Center.
Yeah, that area right there is real nice.
Yeah, it's beautiful, dude.
Over there, it's real nice over there.
I tell you what, when I first got to Norfolk, I was looking for a place to live, and downtown Norfolk reminds me of downtown Savannah.
Okay.
And I just wanted to live in the historic district. And I happened to run into a 900 square foot condo, first floor on a corner. And it was just me there. I spent way too much money, but it was just me and a 900 square foot condo in the middle of Ghent in Norfolk. And I can tell you what, Saturday nights, it wasn't real loud or anything, but there was always something going on down there.
It's real nice.
For like a 24-year-old bachelor.
Oh yeah,
I was living the life.
Yeah, I now that I've been away, I like miss Virginia, man. I miss it. When I was down there, in the military, you got to be a certain way, and it's like, man, it's just this military town. But looking back, I miss Virginia, man. I met a lot of.
I loved it too.
A lot of good people I met down there. There's a lot of my friends that's still down there. They just stay down there. They ain't moved back home. They just like Virginia.
Right.
Real nice.
Now, I literally lived there for like 3 years and never even made it out to Virginia Beach. I'm not a beach.
I stayed in, we ended up getting an apartment when I got back from my first deployment in Virginia Beach. We was off of, I forgot the street now. I forgot the street, but they built like a brand new apartment building. It was nice over there. I didn't want to be too close to the base, so I'm like, man, let me get a little distance. But it was a good drive to work. It wasn't like too much bad traffic and stuff. So, because traffic can get real bad, especially if a gate is down, you got to go around the other way. It was just crazy.
Yeah, I'm responding to Kim. So, I don't even like, probably that phase of my life was actually kind of my favorite. I think, that phase of my life, because I was gone so much. And then probably the next phase of my life that I really enjoyed. I actually liked being married. I actually liked it. And where we lived, when I lived on the mountain, I was literally like 15 minutes away, a 15-minute walk from the Appalachian Trail. There was just so much to do up on that mountain. And I just kind of, it was fun. I would take the dog for a walk down the gravel road. You're running into friends and, shit, I'd take the dog for a walk and come back like 3 hours later, half drunk, because me and my buddies and the dog, we'd sit around drinking beer, just BSing at the end of a day, and just had a whale of a time. And my wife was fairly laid back, and as long as I didn't do it too much, she kind of liked me just kind of hanging out with the guys. Probably because I'm so cantankerous, she probably was happy to get me out of the house, me and the dog. So it was a good, wholesome life. My son, lots to do outside. So it was just a good outdoorsy kind of life. And I miss those days. So, and I know, I'm kind of reminiscing as an old man, but that's why I just, it's hard for me to be so negative all the time, because I've seen the good life, and still living it. But back in the day, I'm some black dude from Savannah, hanging out. Did I tell you the time? Who Cab Calloway is, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I got to see him live once at the Chrysler Center. I won tickets from a radio station of all places. And so I got front row seats to see Cab Calloway, who at that time was a legend. And I was the youngest guy there. There were like all these blue-haired old white ladies. I mean, it was like being almost at almost like at a Beatles concert. You got all these 60, 70, sometimes up to 80-year-olds. I mean, it was like literally they were screaming like little girls. We had Cab Calloway, who was up there in age himself. And it was a spectacle to see. And, all these little old ladies are like, well, what are you doing here? There had to have been like 400 people there, and I had to have been the youngest. So, I was just hoping these old ladies wouldn't be groping me. I'm like, Grandma, that would be highly inappropriate. But it was a time. Yeah, I got you. And if you notice, I don't wind up in those chats too much myself, Kim. And one of the advantages, and it was kind of a conscious decision, to do these early mornings, because I'm a night owl anyway. And I kind of get to do what I want to do, and I don't have to worry about a whole lot of negativity myself. So yeah, I definitely appreciate it, and I really get where you're coming from, Kim. I get it totally. So I just appreciate your support. So I don't know. I see everybody is over at John's, and I've been on for over 4 hours and had no intentions of actually going live. It's just that that show got my juices flowing, and just wanted, since John was up on the panel and Be Brave, I thought we would show a little bit of it, and the rest is history. So I think I am going to sign off because I know we all have things to do. And, I'll see everybody in the morning. I will be here either 3:45 or maybe as late as 4 o'clock in the morning. Plenty of news stories. I'll grab a couple fishing videos because I haven't been fishing so far this year, and crappie are biting. And if I could just get my son not to throw these fish back, it's like, bring a few. We'll gut them and fry them up for dinner. And the pond isn't near any agricultural sort of place, so the water's actually good. There's no pollution or anything. The water's good. The fish should be good, and we need to tell him the fish won't. Getting fish out of a pond is actually a good thing. You don't want too many fish in a pond because they start stunting each other's growth. And by the way, CK, I got a little pop up on my Instagram. Does your son play keyboards?
No, so Stanley, that's my daughter. My daughter plays the piano.
Oh, really?
I haven't got him into it yet. I am though. They said it helps good with their learning ability, playing like an instrument.
Well,
So,
I mean, believe it or not, supposedly it's really good for math development.
yeah,
'Cause you
yeah,
got
yeah. That's
time
why
and
I got her into it.
yeah.
But my son watches the Super Mario Bros. Every day, Stanley, all day, every day. He watches it every day. So it's a part in the movie where Browser King Cooper is playing the piano, singing to Princess Peach. So that's what he's doing. He's
Mhm.
imitating him playing the piano, singing. So if you hear him, you can hear him repeating what the movie is doing. So I just recorded him. It was real funny.
My son took a keyboarding class his senior year, which is kind of like piano lessons. He needed an elective, and keyboarding. I wanted him to take guitar, but they didn't offer it. So, he took his little keyboarding class, and I got him like an electric piano and all that. I was hoping he would take it with him to school because it's just collecting dust. But yeah, now I have to tell you a sad story. My sister took piano lessons, and I actually picked up a lot of piano by ear. I'm just kind of good with that sort of thing. And my father was like, nope, piano is for girls. That's the only time my father's ever done anything like that. Because I know I would have been better than my sister.
It's
I was
crazy.
as good as he was, but never took lessons.
My
But
uncle was like,
it's like a South Georgia thing. Apparently, piano is girly.
oh, I
And
never heard.
I never got it.
I never heard of that. But my uncle,
Hey, you know what? It is one of the very few times my father said no. Usually he was pretty open, if it was a constructive experience. But I had a guitar. So, he said, hey, why don't you take guitar lessons? So, that's what I did. So, but anyway, no, if your son is like, kind of showing that kind of affinity, definitely let him take. If nothing else, he'll
no,
be great
yeah,
artist.
I'm gonna have him do it. Like I said, I did it with my daughter. Like my daughter, she can read music. So,
Mhm.
actually, the other day at school, they were doing in a music class. They were doing like a project.
Mhm.
Um, and one of her friends was talking about some song. So my daughter went and actually wrote the music and played it for her class the other day. Played the whole
Oh
song.
wow.
Wrote the music because she could read the music. So yeah, it's real. You know, you start young, man. They catch on to everything. You know.
I can tell you right now that reading music, you know, and I was kind of like with my son, that band, that's just another avenue to a scholarship.
Yep.
So I mean, anything you can do, you know, to enhance that ability to get, you know, some sort of scholarship or some money for college, do it. Especially if your kids are capable of it.
Yeah. So she started that around like the same time. She's been doing gymnastics since she was like 2, but we started her piano probably at like 3.5, 4.
Wow.
And this year they had to pick an instrument in school.
Oh wow, what'd she pick?
I think the flute. I think she picked the flute. I think.
Well, you know,
but like I said,
I was watching some artist the other day. She had like a couple flutes. She's like some famous flautist, and you know, she was singing, but she also had like 2 flutes. So I mean, that's just look. You've heard me say it before. A Renaissance woman or a Renaissance man. That's what we need. You know, someone who can like, because all that does is just open up your kids to original thinking. The more things they get to think about and manipulate, that's just making them so much more flexible. You know, everything from college scholarships to just being an interesting person. You know, who wants someone who just plays video games? You know, even my son is, you know, he's doing the software engineering route. But you know what? First thing he did when he got home from school was pick up his fishing rod, because I keep him right behind the front door. He picked up a fishing rod and said, "I'm going fishing." I didn't see him for like 2 or 3 hours. So, you know, just getting outdoors, just doing stuff, you know, besides just being sedentary in front of a joystick, a screen, you know, with a joystick. He gets enough video games, but he can do other things.
Yeah, I don't even have a video game system in the house. Like I said, my daughter, like, she's always doing, you know, different activities. You know, gymnastics is a year-round process because every year you gotta gain like new skills to move up to the next level. So that's like a continuous process with her. And she, like I said, she loves gymnastics. So yeah, I'm about to start.
As long as they're loving it.
Yeah, I got my son into soccer. Now we just we just stopped the last session. But I'll probably look into soccer, probably like t-ball, and I do want him to play golf because I want to learn how to play golf myself. So
well, that's perfect.
Yeah, so I'll probably do something to where we both can learn at the same time, you know. So
hey, father-son time.
Yeah,
you know, with my son, it was fishing.
Yeah. And you know, they say, Stanley, all the deals is made on the golf course. So I'm looking at it that way with him, you know. maybe you can go to Mighty Cat and get like an internship somewhere, you know, later on as a teenager or something, you know.
Do you live near a golf course?
Oh yeah. There's a couple of them.
That's a summer job caddy.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let me go ahead and get out of here. I need to think about what I'm going to do for dinner, and I will. Everyone who's still left, make sure you hit the like button if you're new. If there's anybody out there, please subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Please make sure you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. I still actually, I'm still thinking about doing the the history book thing, I actually went to the Internet Archive and found an old Georgia history book, like a copy of it online. And I'm still thinking about doing, it'll just be maybe 10 minutes or something about how, that history was just so glossed over. Like if you read Du Bois's Black Reconstruction, and it is stunning how good a writer he was. You hear, oh, he was great and all this stuff. Dude he just knew how to write, his turn of phrase. If you ever get bored, don't even bother reading the whole thing because it's pretty long. But just read a chapter or two of Black Reconstruction and you will be stunned. He was actually that good a writer. It's just, it's a history book, but damn, it's like, if you're going to write a history book, write it like he did, because it's just so engaging. But anyway, you go from Du Bois to a Georgia, like a Georgia State, like high school, or I think this is a 5th grade history book. I have to give Georgia credit. They actually do slavery some justice, as far as the cruelty of it. But then there's that one little part where they try and talk it up as a good thing. It's good for, the African slaves because it kind of civilized them and all that sort of stuff. And it just kind of hurts your heart. How they kind of gloss over it. So, everyone, CKJ3, thanks for coming up. Thanks for that excellent video.
Oh yeah, I can.
No,
I was saying, I'll probably see you tomorrow morning. Hopefully, you still on.
Yep, I'll be here. I may even re-show that video.
Oh yeah,
that's possible.
That's
all right.
Sad story with him, man. Sad story.
Well, I'm gonna get the book, so I've got to read it now because it's such a compelling story. So, all right, folks, I will see everyone in the morning, and thanks for being here, Kim and Frost. If you're still out there, CKJ3, I will see everybody in the morning. Have a good day.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard, twerk, twerk.